Good evening. Good evening. We are going to get our meeting started this evening. I want to welcome you to the Roseville Joint Union High School District Board meeting for Thursday, April 13th. We'll start with roll call. Here.
Julie Hirota, Ludmila Karkoff, Kate Benevento, Alex Olazada.
Okay. We'll move on to our next item, which is adoption of the board agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the board agenda?
Due to the April 27th meeting, please.
To adopt the agenda with one deferral, do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That carries. We now have an opportunity for public comment on closed session items. If you're here to speak on a closed session item, raise your hand. Seeing none, we are going to adjourn to closed session. We will be back in approximately 30 minutes. Good evening. Good evening. We are about to start our meeting. If I could ask everyone to grab your seats. We'll start our evening with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all like to stand and join me. Pledge allegiance. Thank you. Our next item is our report out from closed session. The board took a number of actions. I'm going to read these so that I get them right. Board took action on anticipated litigation to initiate litigation. Details of that will be provided once litigation is filed. That was item 2.1. On item 2.3, the board took, on the first one, the vote was 5-0. On motion of Board Member France, second by Board Member Hall. On item 2.3, board took action to adopt Resolution 2303, a resolution of release of temporary certificated employees, and that the employees named will be given notice of this decision. This motion was made by Board Member Hirota, seconded by Hall, and passed 5-0. On item 2.4, the board took action in closed session to release a probationary classified employee from their position prior to the conclusion of the probationary period. That one we had a motion by Hirota and seconded by Hall with a vote of 5-0 to approve. And finally, on item 2.5, the board took action in closed session to suspend a permanent classified employee for 3 days without pay. That motion was made by Board Member Hirota, seconded by Board Member Hall, and also passed on a 5-0 vote. Next is our announcement of meeting protocols. So as we get into this meeting, there's a number of opportunities for members of the public to speak with the board. I want to make the comment that the board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or any other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant and/or district employee. There'll be an opportunity to speak to the Board of Trustees on items that are not on the agenda, which will be during the public comment time, as well as opportunities to speak on each item on the agenda when that item comes up for consideration. Depending on the number of cards we have for speakers, if we have less than 10 speakers on an item or on the open forum, then each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. If we have 10 or more members of the public on any one item or the open comment, then that will be reduced to 1.5 minutes or 90 seconds. If you have a complaint about a specific employee or employees of the district, those complaints should be made to that employee's immediate supervisor or the school site principal as outlined in our board policies and administrative regulations. We do ask that you fill out a form with your name so we can call you up when it's your turn to speak. We do have a number of students that want to speak. I generally try to call the students first. If I call the students and I miss a student, let me know and I'll make sure that you get your opportunity to speak before the other members of the public. With that, we've got a couple of recognition and presentation items that we're going to be going through this evening before we get to the rest of our agenda. First is our recognition of our 2023 Classified Employees of the Year. I'm going to ask my board members to join me at the table here as we recognize each of these employees.
To stand while I say a few words, though. Good evening. In his book, Good to Great, Jim Collins identifies what makes great companies, or good companies, excuse me, great. He says, those who build great companies understand that the ultimate throttle on growth for any great company is not markets, it's not technology, it's not competition or products. It's one thing above all others. It's the ability to keep enough, to hire and keep enough of the right people. I would argue that tonight's celebration is so very special because we get this opportunity to celebrate, recognize, and honor the right people in our organization. As much as this pains me to do this, because most of you know that I'm a Ford guy, Chevy has this great marketing slogan that came several years back before lots of us were even born. But I'm using this one from 1992, so you'll indulge me for a second here. Yeah, it's okay. Feel free to sing along with it. I hear a few of you saying it out there already, so. So Ford has a lot of really good commercials too, but we'll skip that for tonight. What I take from this video, I don't know about you, I take reliability. I take consistency. I take strength. I take hard work, passion, heart, determination. And all of those words describe our classified employees of the year. You see, they are the bus drivers and transportation staff that are up and on the road before sunrise. They are the office staff greeting students, parents, and our community. They are the maintenance, grounds, and facilities folks working behind the scenes to make sure that our buildings, grounds, and campuses are prepared, safe, and functional. They are the technology folks working on the weekends, over the summer, and on holidays to make sure that the network is fully operational. They're the paraeducators, the campus monitors, and cafeteria workers who work each day to serve the needs of our diverse community. Simply put, they are the rock on which our district is built. We don't function without our classified employees of the year. We don't work without any of our classified employees. And so it's a special night tonight because we get to recognize a small handful of those folks. So I'd like to call up our first classified employee of the year, Nicole Gonzalez, paraeducator 2 from Antelope High School, and her principal, Lindsay Cutts.
Do you want Nicole on this side? She makes me go first. I'm going to make it awkward every time. All right. Nicole Gonzalez is one of the most tenured paraeducators at Antelope High School. We decided just now, I think it's been about seven-ish years at Antelope. She's a paraeducator too, which means that she works with some of the highest need students on our campus. It's an incredibly rewarding job, but also can have many challenges. Nicole responds to these challenges with a calm, friendly, and always positive attitude. She has wonderful relationships with her students, getting to know them as students and as people. Our students respond so well to her. They love Miss Nicole on campus. Nicole is kind to everyone she interacts with, students, staff, and parents. In fact, our teachers have been known to fight over who gets to work with her in their classrooms. Nicole is involved in our unified sports program on campus. She's an integral part of making sure that students have every opportunity to participate in high school activities. We are so proud of Nicole. We are so lucky to have her, and she is so deserving of this award. So congratulations, Nicole.
Our next classified employee of the year, Dell Hardy, Assistant Principal Secretary, West Park High School, and her principal, Becky House.
Try and get through this without tears, huh, Del? We are so blessed to have Del Hardy at West Park. After a wonderful tenure at Antelope High School, she came over and helped to open West Park High School, and now she's forever a Panther. There's so many things we can say. I'm going to go through a list of a few. She has added to our front office culture by creating the best birthday potlucks. As everybody knows, that's very important. She serves on our site safety team and is going to training on her own to learn more about safety and add to her contributions to the team and school. She works with all 4 APs, and they are all different and meets their needs each and every day. She helps organize our awards nights. She mentors new employees to the front office. She has a smile for anyone that comes into the AP office and needs information or help. The most important thing about Dell, though, is Dell builds amazing relationships with students. Some of our students who find no one else on campus somehow find Miss Dell. She has check-in and check-outs with a lot of our students, and oftentimes they will say that the reason that they come to school is to have an opportunity to see Dell when they get there in the morning. It's pretty amazing. In addition to that, she serves on our school site council. Just this morning, and I love this timing, we asked what her walk-off song would be, and she said, "Living my life like it's golden." And we think that Dell lives her life like it's golden every single day. And I'm thankful because she's the only one in the office who has a louder laugh than me. So we have a great time, and we could not be happier to have Dell Hardy as a West Park Panther.
Our next classified employee of the year, Andy Ide, journeyman painter from the Maintenance and Operation Department, and our Maintenance and Operations Director, Chris Knapp.
Andy is a true professional. He does excellent work with minimal direction. Painting is something that everyone thinks they know how to do, so his work is viewed with a lot of critical eyes. No one has ever complained about Andy's work. He transforms and refreshes spaces. Every site is happy to see his van and trailer pull up to their site, and sad to see him pull away after completing so much beautiful work. Coordinating schedules to get access to areas is challenging. Andy is flexible and patient, working around the needs of staff and students. He has a great eye for detail and takes pride in his work. From small offices to scoreboards, Andy is willing to paint anything, and he loves new challenges and working with new materials. Anywhere you look around our district, you will see Andy's great work. Thank you, Andy.
Next classified employee of the year is Jason Marler, Information System Analyst from our Technology Department, and our Technology Director, Tony Ham.
Good evening. Well, these are some tough acts to follow, especially the Chevy commercial, I should say. Well, I've said it before, and I will say it again. Working in IT can be a bit difficult. Believe it or not, Jason rarely gets calls just to let him know everything is going fine and that everybody's happy in the office. For those of you who don't know, Jason manages several sites, being Wood Creek High School, Challenge High School, Pathways, as well as the adult school. So he has quite the workload that he is the lead personnel for. When you have a good team, which I feel we do have a very good team, sometimes it can be really difficult to really identify those who are exceptional. And over this last year, it's been almost impossible to not identify Jason as being absolutely exceptional at his job. He's so exceptional, by the way, that I nominated him for this role, knowing that I'd have to get up here and public speak, which is the worst thing and the thing I hate doing. So I knew as soon as I turned this in, there's going to be a good chance. So the reality is he really left me no other option but to recognize him for his excellence, and I'd like to thank him. Thank you, Jason.
Unfortunately, Sarah could not be with us this evening, but we will definitely get her award, and it is well deserved. So, our next classified employee of the year is Violet Peck from Nutrition Services, Site Coordinator at Oakmont High School, and Jay Brown is here to present her award.
It's an honor to say a few words about Violet. Violet has been a valuable food service team member for approximately 18 years. During those years, she served our students at Granite Bay High School and at Oakmont. Violet is everything that you would expect from an employee of the year. Hardworking, dependable, and works well in a team environment. So I stood back and I asked myself, what truly makes Violet stand out to warrant this award? So I went all the way back to 18 years ago when we hired her. Violet had such a positive personality and an infectious smile that I knew Violet would be a member of our dream team. But unfortunately, 3 months later, though, I received a call from a site, and they were concerned because too many of the same students were coming to Violet's line. So as a food service director, I'm used to kids. They normally race to the fastest line, whatever the shortest. So I drove over there like a director's supposed to do, and I snuck into the lines with the kids and basically hid there, and I watched Violet serving lunch. Not only did Violet do everything exactly according to our rules, but I had the opportunity to speak to some students. And the students gave me remarks because I'd ask them, well, why are you waiting a little longer line here and stuff? Because this lady is so nice. You know, they said that. And one boy, I'm kind of going to clean up his language a little bit, but he basically described her as being hecka nice. So then I did as a normal director would do after this situation. Snuck off the campus, ashamed that I was thinking that Violet could possibly break our rules. And then over the years, I've had numerous interactions with Violet, and every one of them has been positive. It wasn't until COVID, however, that I realized how truly special Violet was. When the schools were all shut down and food service was basically the only thing operating, I really reached out to our food service staff, and Violet, of course, showed up every single day in the pandemic when the sites were empty and we weren't sure, should we wear masks, should we do this? But the thing which was most amazing about Violet was that she showed up every day and she served our kids in the same way as Violet's always served our kids. Even with their mask on, Violet remembered many of their names, made them feel appreciative, and made sure that not only they had food, but their brothers and sisters and siblings as well. We also had one of our long-term food service coordinators retire at that time, and Violet basically applied for the position. The panel interviewed Violet, and of course we would be foolish not to promote her. So Violet got the position. But I remember, though, at the very end of Violet's interview, and I'm gonna have to read this so that way I get it right. So I remember, But she basically told me something that no other person has ever told me in an interview. She said, if you have another candidate who is more qualified than me, don't worry. I will understand and I will help the new person to be a success. So Violet is truly deserving of this award for the many lives which she has touched in a positive way, including my own. And thank you, Violet, for your kind heart and for always putting us first.
Next classified employee of the year is Yvonne Schultz, campus monitor, Antelope High School, and her principal, Lindsay Cutts.
Here's perfect. Have to go after the man with the memory like a computer. Thanks, Jay. Tons of memories there. All right. Miss Yvonne has been a Titan since the school opened in 2008. So she is an original Titan with us. She collaborates as a campus monitor, collaborates with all other staff to keep our campus safe for everyone, and works tirelessly to support our students and staff. One of the most important aspects of her role is to make sure that non-students don't come onto campus, and she is diligent in making sure that that doesn't happen. Yvonne has a number of interesting stories to tell about the times that she's had as a campus monitor. We were talking earlier today. She said if she ever writes a book, she's going to call it Pizza in My Hair. It's quite the story. Yvonne built strong relationships with students on campus. Just a few months ago, one of our former students actually chased her down on the street to say hello, a graduate. These lasting impacts are a true testament to Yvonne's dedication to Antelope High School. Yvonne, you are a cornerstone of Antelope High School's culture. You are a Titan through and through, and we are so proud to honor you as a classified employee of the year.
And our final classified employee of the night, Al Voigt III, Maintenance Worker 2 from West Park High School, and Director of Maintenance and Operation, Chris Knapp.
The curse of the alphabetical for Al and the V, but by no means a top-notch classified employee. So very excited to be here with him today. Al is a pleasure to work with. Over the 5 years with the department, he has excelled at every level, from our grounds department, moving into our maintenance department, and just gobbling up everything he can to get better and better and enjoy his work. His communication, organization, and patience with challenging issues is an amazing asset. He is very approachable and builds relationships quickly with staff and coaches. Now at West Park, Al has embraced all of the new technology that the school is built on. He shares what he learns with his coworkers and is open to learning new things to improve his skills to meet the site's ever challenging and growing needs. If you need something done, Al is a guy to go to. You can tell him once and know that it'll be taken care of. I think Al has demonstrated throughout the district that whenever he's given the opportunity, he exceeds, and we expect him to keep doing that for a very, very long time. Thank you, Al.
A final congratulations to all of our classified employees of the year. If we could give them one more round of applause.
Thank you. Our next item, 4.2, has been deferred to next month. Now we are going to go to athletic recognition, winter season 22-23.
I mean, wait a minute.
Yeah, give it a second.
Okay. It's not me. Okay. Good evening. Tonight, I have the pleasure of presenting the achievements of our winter athletic teams. But before I begin, I want to take a moment just to continue the recognition of staff members at each of our sites that are connected with our athletics, from our admin teams that are supervising games almost daily, to our passionate coaches and our hardworking and dedicated ADs and assistant ADs. Athletics are a constant on our campuses. We are so fortunate to have amazing adult leaders and mentors in this district who make all of this happen for our student athletes. So with that, I'd like to now recognize our teams and our students for winter 22-23. So starting with our Titans, Antelope High School. Some great pictures of our teams here. We have Antelope is a part of the Capital Valley Conference, CVC, and I want to recognize the girls basketball team as being CVC champions. Antelope students here. Not only that, but CIF had D1 semifinalists, and they made it on to NorCal participants. So they did an amazing job this season. And not only that, they have a 3.75 team GPA, which is quite amazing. And boys soccer at Antelope, CVC second place, and they made it to quarterfinals. So an excellent job for our Titans in winter sports. Moving on to our Grizzlies at Granite Bay. Not videos, they're just movements of pictures here. So I'll just, okay. So at Granite Bay, I want to recognize wrestling. We had qualified 5 students for the state tournament. Not only that, their GPA for their team was 3.4. And we had 3 wrestlers that actually moved to section titles, Taylor Wells, Malia Nimi, and Levi Bussey. Our girls basketball at Granite Bay qualified for playoffs with a 3.96 GPA. Wow. Boys basketball, 3.52 GPA, qualified for playoffs as well, and they made it to section finals at Golden 1. They advanced the NorCal semifinals, and they actually had a nice upset for the number 1 seed in the opening round. Boys soccer as well, 3.76 GPA, qualified for playoffs, made it to section semifinals, and our girls soccer team at Granite Bay qualified despite losing 6 of their starters to injuries, which was a remarkable feat for this team and the staff and the players. 3.9 GPA for those teams. Move on to Oakmont. Oakmont is part of the Foothill Valley League, FVL. I want to recognize girls soccer. They placed 4th in the FVL, and they had a second round of the playoffs, section playoffs. Their team GPA was 3.71. And I also want to recognize the boys wrestling team at Oakmont, who placed 2nd in the FVL, and 2 boys and 1 girl moved forward to the Masters tournament. And moving on to our Tigers, Roseville High School. Our girls soccer, Roseville is part of the Capital Valley Conference, so CVC. So our girls soccer team placed 3rd in the league, and they finished 2nd in playoffs on penalty kicks. Our wrestlers at Roseville, we had a 1st place tie in the CVC dual matches, a 2nd place in the CVC league meets, and we had 13 wrestlers from Roseville High School advance to the Masters. And then we also want to point out that our cheer and stunt team were national champs at the Las Vegas Nationals. West Park Panthers. West Park is part of the Foothill Valley League as well, and they have a lot they want to recognize. They're new and they're excited to recognize these teams. So girls soccer is 2nd place.
in the league, and then second place in their Division 4. Boys soccer, fourth place in league and 3.37 team GPA. Boys basketball made it all the way to D3 playoffs. Girls basketball won their first playoff game in program history. And wrestlers, we had 6 athletes make it to the Masters, and Caden Obian finished in the top 20 in the state. And also, we want to recognize West Park for having their first student-led athletic summit called the Panther Athletic Council. And then finally, I want to recognize athletes from winter teams from Wood Creek. All of the winter teams from Wood Creek actually made playoffs. Boys basketball was second in the league. They're in the Capital Valley Conference League as well. They won the first round game at home. The girls basketball placed second in league and hosted 2 games and made it all the way to the NorCal tournament. Our girls soccer were league champs at Wood Creek and hosted 3 playoff games. And our wrestlers, we had 7 qualify for Masters, and Haley Agueno made it all the way to state tournament, placed 6th. So we had some amazing athletic accomplishments at our sites this winter. In addition, at Wood Creek, they hosted the Inside Out Summit with all of their winter athletes. So work that we're continuing with Inside Out Athletics, and we're going to continue that again all through next year as well. So with that, I want to acknowledge all of our student athletes, all of our winter student athletes. As you can see, not only are they performing on the field, but they're performing in the classroom as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to move into board reports. I'll start on my right and work my way this way. So Marla, that would be you first.
To the year they've left, but I enjoyed hearing a little bit about each one, some fun stories. And often I know the roles are behind the scenes, but they're so critical for our schools and districts to run smoothly. And I was able to travel with the Granite Bay Concert Band as well as choir this few weeks ago to the Pacific Basin Music Festival in Hawaii as a chaperone. I came back exhausted, so it was not a true vacation. But both the band and choir received gold standard recognition, and our choir was invited to come back a second night for the encore performance. So it was just a joy to watch all of our students celebrate each other and the other performances. Specifically, there was a group of kids from the Philippines playing really unusual string instruments, and they received 2 standing ovations. Just the passion of the kids have is just remarkable, and I enjoyed watching that. And I don't want to let a visit to Rosal Pathways go unmentioned. Several weeks ago that I couldn't talk the last board meeting, so I want to thank Dr. Moore and Mr. Fernandez. Candace, about just the tour of Rosal Pathways. I've never been. It was my first official visit. I was able to see a number of CTE classrooms, auto services, the health sciences, music composition, the music, commercial music, and fashion design. And I know tonight we have a few other CTE classes on the agenda. And I'm just so impressed with the offerings you have and just the foresight you are offering to the students to get practical experience and ideas of what their future might look like as they're working through high school. And I look forward to seeing what you do with over the next few years and how you reimagine an alternative school setting. So thank you.
Congratulations as well to all the student athletes. That's always exciting. Thank you for that. And congratulations to the classified staff as well. It gave me a little flashback memory to when I was little. My mom taught special ed in South Stockton for her whole career, and she had her teacher's aide. And Mrs. Lopez and my mother, they were a team. And a couple times they would ask my mom to maybe move to a different classroom or, maybe move to a different school. And she was like, I will only move if Mrs. Lopez comes with me. and they became this package deal. It was my mom's best friend. She then became my godmother when I was baptized. And so it just gave me a little flashback of like what a partnership that is with the teachers and the paraeducators. So congratulations to all the classified staff. And then thank you to Jennifer Layton and more for my tours, and to the principals who let me come and visit. I was totally blown away. I think the class was called Nature Center. Is that right? At Wood Creek High School, where the high schoolers do the puppet show to the little first graders out in the nature preserve, which happens to be right behind my work. I had no idea that we offered that, and it just was the sweetest thing, watching the high schoolers, just teach and educate and present to these adorable little kids. So that was a great program to see. I'll be out in 2 weeks for the adult transition students again for their workout Wednesday at Maidu Park. So that's fun. All the different adult transition students from each school will meet me out there for their workout. So I'm excited about that. And then it'll be graduation time. So it's coming together, getting through the year, and I'm excited. So that's about it.
Wonderful.
Again, congratulations to the classified employees. It's one of the best meetings to watch our staff here receive the gratitude that they should always get, but special moment to see them up and close. And then also a shout out again to the athletics. We have such a great athletics department across the campuses. It's wonderful to see that, plus all the GPAs that go along with it. I think that says a lot for our student body and our teachers. And I also wanted to just take a moment to reflect on our last meeting and some thoughts I had after that. And one of the things I was thinking about is that our kids are watching us. And they watch us at home, and they watch us here. They're watching us all the time, and we're modeling, right? And with that, I would like to take a moment to express the appreciation for the student speakers, because watching you, there's a few of you up front. Again, you're going to speak again tonight, I think. You guys were models for all of us, and it reminded me of how we should all be behaving. And you were impressive. You understood the content. You spoke with heart. You kept within the time frame. You were professional. It was beautiful. You made a point, and you prepared really well. You didn't get shaken by what was going on, and I was really, really impressed with that. And if all of us could be models like you are, I think we'd all be in a little bit better of a place. But thank you very much for taking the time. I look forward to hearing you guys again tonight. That's it.
Thank you. Ludmilla.
Hi, and thank you to everyone who came here tonight. I also would like to extend my congratulations to the classified employees for a job well done, and congratulate the students participating in athletics while excelling in academics. On Tuesday this week, I joined the English Learner Advisory Committee meeting at Antelope High School, and they had a really great parent turnout. I was delighted to see the Slavic parents participate in the meeting and learn about how education works in America and become engaged in their students' learning and attendance. I'd like to recognize the monumental effort of teachers and employees of these programs, the effort that is put forth to ensure these students learn to speak, read, and write the English language is key to their success as they go through high school and graduate into adulthood. So I'd like to applaud all the efforts on all the school sites of the teachers and employees in the English Learner Program. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have a bunch of things to add in here. I love when we do the Employees of the Year for a number of reasons, but mostly hearing their supervisors talk about them and the value that they provide. And you could see there were quite a few holding back some tears there because we have some not only caring staff, but a lot of caring supervisors who watch and look for those outstanding employees that we have. We appreciate them as a board, but really our families and our students truly appreciate the work that they do. The last few weeks have been pretty busy. I know a lot of us took the chance to take a break during spring break and be with family, and that was enjoyable. I had an opportunity to meet with a bunch of folks who came and spoke at public comment last month, or wasn't a month ago, 2 weeks ago. It seemed like months and months ago. I met with folks on both sides of the issue. A lot of people felt constrained with their time, as it was only 90 seconds, and we get that. But many reached out, and before spring break, I took the time to meet with as many of them as I can. I know there's still a few people I haven't got back to because of taking time off during spring break and being just swamped at my regular job, but I promise I will get back to everybody. I also had an opportunity to meet with a bunch of other school board members in the West Placer Unified School District. That district is experiencing some issues with board cohesion and sort of governance aspects, and they've looked to our board to provide some guidance to them. So we took the opportunity to go talk to them about some of the work that we've been doing here on our board, and they're appreciative of that, and they're going to be following a number of the processes that we have instituted here. I had a great opportunity to come out here to Oakmont, which, by the way, I'm very happy we're at Oakmont. I'm a parent of 5 Vikings, so it's great to be sitting here in the cafeteria again for a meeting, and I'm proud that our board gets to be here at Oakmont. Coach Messina invited me to come out and meet with the football team and have a really good discussion with all of the guys on the football team about their leadership and their presence on campus and their work together as a team on the field, and what they can do to be more models of good citizenship on our campuses. It was a great meeting, great opportunity to meet with all of the players. An opportunity to meet with some of our SROs since our last meeting, some right before our last meeting, some after last meeting, to talk about the work that they're doing on our campus and campuses and make sure they know that we appreciate all the work that they have been doing. I did want to also address that last board meeting as Julie did. You know, it was an interesting meeting, and we had a lot of people who took the opportunity to address our board, people who address it from a number of different perspectives, some quite divergent from the others. I want to thank everyone that let speakers get through their speaking without interruption. We almost made it through the whole meeting. Unfortunately, there were 8 people that didn't get a chance to speak. Maybe they're here today, maybe they'll come to another meeting in the future. A lot of people contacted me about asking us to change our processes in open forum and to create a, quote, safe place, unquote, at our board meetings. I wanted to address that because we as a board have a number of obligations that we need to meet. One of those is the fact, recognizing that as a government body, we have an obligation to allow people to come petition their government and to speak their viewpoints, no matter how abhorrent those viewpoints may be. And we have an opportunity or an obligation to provide those First Amendment opportunities for people. And I know that upsets people, but we do have that obligation, and we take that obligation very seriously. Now, when things go too far and meetings get out of control, we did and we will adjourn our meetings if people become disruptive and we can't have our meetings continue in a safe manner. But with that, we are going to continue to be firm in our expectations that people will respect the speech of others even if you disagree with it, and that we will adhere to the time standards that are provided. We have an obligation under the First Amendment to do so, and we will do that. We will also encourage people with all viewpoints to speak, whether we agree with them or not, whether they're on the topics we're discussing in the evening or not, because that is our job and that is our obligations under the law. So with that, that's my report. We're going to go to our student board representatives. We have Kate and Alex with us tonight. Kate, you get to go first. Oops, we're over this way. Kate first and then Alex.
Okay.
Hello. I'm presenting on behalf of Pathways, and I first want to start off by talking about our Spirit Week next week. We have days such as Multiverse Days, where students can dress up in their favorite superhero, and Pathways in Black Day, where students get to dress up in school colors and are encouraged to wear black ties. And then we also have Spring Formal coming up in May, which is our very first school dance in quite a while. And then we also get to tour UC Davis and go on a field trip. And then I'd also like to thank Mrs. Franz, our student athletes, and the classified employees. Thank you for coming to our campus and recognizing all the courses we're working so hard on, and then the student athletes for both balancing, school as well as their respective sport, and then the classified employees, because I think it's really important that we recognize the hard work that is so vital to the building blocks of our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello. So my name is Alex. I'm from Granite Bay. And so first off, just congratulations to all the certified employees of the year, all the student athletes. Y'all rock. Doing a great job. So first off, we have Powder Puff this week. So we've had a Spirit Week pretty much go since Monday, doing lunchtime activities, playing music in the quad, stuff like that. And then we have our big game tomorrow. We have our rally tomorrow. So just a busy week overall. And then just kind of feels like the final stretch for a lot of students, especially seniors like me, who don't really have a lot of high school left. So we're just kind of like, soaking in those moments, soaking in those final moments with the fantastic Mr. Sloan over there, just seeing him all the time that I can get. Love seeing you. Big shout out. And, we also have senior ball coming up. So that's coming up next month, pretty early on the 6th. It'll be in Sacramento. So we're looking forward to that. And I'll just keep it short and sweet. Just thank you guys for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you to all the board members. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. And remember that when I forget, to remind me on items to get your vote. We're now going to go to our superintendent, Mr. Becker.
Just want to recognize once again our classified employees. It was nice to see some of my former employees that I've worked with over the last 15 plus years getting some due recognition. It was really neat to see them because they've spent a significant amount of their working life in our district with our kids and our staff. So congratulations to all of them. The athletic presentation, thank you, Dr. Dobson. And a big shout out to our athletic directors, the hardest working people on our campuses, usually up with the sun. They go home late in the evening and repeat the next day. They are everywhere all the time, making sure things run. And when it's a rainy season like we've had, they're the ones living on their phones and computers with buses and officials and everything else that's going on. So just want to send a little recognition out to our athletic directors. And then to add to the connection, the big part about the athletic presentation, as you see the pictures and you see the faces, you see the teamwork, you see that connection to their school and that experience they get playing for their school is so important because it does add to that academic pursuit and that entire whole experience that we want for our students on our campuses. So to add to that, hopefully everybody takes a look around their campuses right now because there's also a bunch of spring concerts, there are musicals, there are plays. There's a lot of things going on our campuses right now. There's actually a play going on down the hall. So if you want to go watch the Oakmont Theater Group, they're just right down the hallway. So there's a lot happening for our students right now. And that's what really makes our campuses the center of the communities. And then I want to recognize Granite Bay High School. Last week, and I'm just kind of reading this here from the teacher, Granite Bay TV was recognized for outstanding achievement to live weekly news show in the Student Television Network Broadcast Excellence National Award. It's a huge honor and solidifies Granite Bay as one of the top 8 live weekly news shows in the country. And so they are real proud of that. We are proud of them for doing that again, because that's student run. There's a lot of work behind the scenes to make that happen. So Mr. Weidkamp, Granite Bay High School, and the students involved in this, congratulations for representing your school and representing our district. And last but not least, the best time of the school year is right now because all the seniors are picking their schools. We have kids enlisting into the military. kids signing up for apprenticeships, going into the trades, and all that fun stuff with our seniors. So the beginning of many. Congratulations to our seniors. You have about 2 months. Enjoy the ride, enjoy this moment, and really enjoy the opportunities that are in front of you. And I know you guys have big decisions coming up. So congratulations to all of our seniors.
Thank you. And any other general communications?
There's no communication.
Great. All right, our next item is committee reports. I know the policy committee has not met since our last report out. Has any other committee met? Doesn't look like that. So we're going to go right into our public comment. We have quite a few, over 10, so we'll have 90 seconds each. I have 3 cards from students. If you're a student and haven't put your card in yet, make sure you get one up to me and I will get you put up at the top of the list. We're going to start off, as I've done before, we'll always call out a couple of different names here. So we have Noella, followed by Felina. Noella, come on up.
Ready? At the start of the last public comment, President Constant stated, and I quote, that the board will not condone inappropriate behaviors and threats towards meeting participants. And quickly after, at the last board meeting, me and many of my POC peers sat as we watched a Proud Boy get up and put up the white power sign after spewing hate, and the only thing the board did was give him 3 more seconds on top of the time that he had. The event concluded with me and my peers leaving before the end of the meeting in tears and completely in shock. I remember crying to my teacher saying, why are they just letting him do that? Meanwhile, the white supremacists individually thank every one of you. You create an environment where a Proud Boy can feel gratitude towards you while your students are in tears, completely traumatized. And worst of all, you had the audacity to send an email days later saying your priority is still protecting your students. President Constant, you got onto a podcast and explained that the district is, and I quote, just a bystander to all the misinformation. Well, it seems to me that when students are walking out of school to protest at the district office, and when students leave your board meeting in tears, that the biggest misinformation of all is that RJUHSD is protecting its students. And I want to make it clear that I've been Black my whole life, and I'm aware of the hate that comes with carrying my complexion. So I'm not surprised at the hate spewed at the last board meeting. I'm surprised at how much every single one of you would let it happen. So you can keep your sympathies, because they didn't do anything for me when I was hysterically crying on the floor of the bathroom the night of the last board meeting, and they aren't doing anything for me now. So no, you ending the board meeting is not enough for me, no matter how much progress it is. And you acting as if that was anything more than the bare minimum is a pathetic attempt at trying to free yourself from guilt. Words just aren't enough anymore. Thank you.
Next, we have Felina, followed by Gianna.
Hi, my name is Felina Nguyen. I'm here speaking again from the floor as a student board representative of Antelope High School. Me and a few of my peers and teachers attended the March 23rd board meeting. I ended off my public comment that day by saying, I do not want to be scared being in this room today. An hour later, I was scared, terrified, and in shock as a white supremacist promoted violence, spewed utter hate, homophobia, and transphobia. RJUHSD gave him the platform to do exactly that. As much as everyone prioritizes protecting our students, what happened that night? What happened when a white supremacist was standing feet away from a row of queer and colored Antelope students? We sat closer to the man flashing his white power hand symbol than the police officers in that room. When faced with a man that is the epitome of hatred and everything that RJUHSD is supposedly against, it is absolutely and utterly terrifying. Even then, it is terrifying to see RJUHSD give validation to Project Veritas a couple weeks ago. They recently uploaded a video about the March 23rd meeting. One comment on their video that stood out to me was, why can't school shooters target these schools? Let me read that again. Why can't school shooters target these schools? This comment was posted after it had been a couple days since the Nashville Convent school shooting. Protect our kids, right? Oh, but we're going to let these journalists come in with that kind of audience to put a target on RJUHSD students' backs. I do appreciate Mr. Becker coming to check on our students the following day and meeting with our school's GSA, but I cannot say the same for Mr. Constant, who has not reached out to the students he endangered on March 23rd. While the conversation with Becker was not really productive, I can appreciate someone from the entire board reaching out. I'm going to end again by emphasizing, if you want to protect our children, let's keep our comments appropriate. I do not want to be scared being in this room today.
We have Gianna, followed by Vicky K.
Hello, my name is Gianna Darte, and I'm from Antelope, as you know, and I have a few questions for the board. Why, after the first, second, fifth, and sixth people to speak at your meeting were queer students, did you let that man continue to speak after calling our community pedophiles, groomers, and a cult? Why, after the first, third, and fourth people to speak at your meeting were students of color, did you let him continue to speak after flashing a white supremacy signal towards the entire crowd and then towards us while proclaiming his Proud Boy status? Why, after the first 2 rows filled with students who were so concerned about their well-being that they showed up here before anybody else, why did you give him another 37 seconds to speak with an additional 3 on top of that because you could not hear his hate clearly enough over our outrage and our pleading with you to make it stop? I want enforced regulations against hate speech in these meetings and in our schools. He should have known from the beginning that his hate was not welcome here. I'm all for free speech and I'm grateful for it because it's what's giving me a platform to speak today. But what you showed us that day and every day since and every day before it is that you value free speech for those who use it to vocalize their hate for people like me more than you value people like me and people like them and your students. You showed everyone that this is a place you can go to spew your hate and that they have you to thank for it. You showed us that you tolerate racism, you tolerate homophobia, and that you give it a platform. And for you, Pete Constant, and you, John Becker, it's gross that you tried to make it seem like you protected us, that you shut down that meeting when it was us who did it. You let him finish. And we asked you to keep us safe, and you didn't. And I pray that one day you realize how
Your time is up.
appalling your passiveness and your fence sitting is.
Next, we have Vicky K, followed by Kim Watson.
As the mother of a high school-age child in this district, I continue to be disappointed and incredulous at what happens on our campus and in some classrooms. When did the school district give up on our students? When did they give up on teaching all students to the individual best of each person? When did we reduce our standards for educators and accept and encourage and protect educators who have personal agendas to create radical activists out of our children or make innocent children think that they are racist? When did we start teaching children to be professional victims of their own thoughts and then applaud them for it? I am disappointed that protecting our children from inappropriate books and sexual grooming has become racist, homophobic, and the root cause of youth suicide. In my opinion, grooming and confusing young children about who they are and what they are is the root cause of the youth mental health crisis we're experiencing. It seems the public school system is trying to make eunuchs out of our children and encourage them to take hormone blockers or require other chemicals against the wishes of their parents. With activist teachers and pornographic materials, the public school system has become dangerous to children and society. I request that the school board uphold parental rights and authority over
Thank you.
children.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kim Watson, followed by Nicole Young.
My name is Kim Watson, and I'm the VP of Cheer for the Wood Creek Junior Timberwolves. I'm here on behalf of the Roseville Junior Tigers, Granite Bay Junior Grizzlies, Antelope Junior Titans, and Oakmont Junior Vikings, as well as Wood Creek Junior Timberwolves. Our 5 junior programs grow and train young athletes in the sports of football and cheer, and we are the feeder programs to your high school football and cheer programs. Our athletes will one day be the athletes that you guys recognize today at this meeting. Our programs and coaches work closely with your high school coaches to help ensure that we are preparing our athletes for when they reach your high school programs. The collaboration between the junior programs and high school has created success at both levels, and you can often predict a successful high school team based on the athletes that are coming up from the junior programs. All of our programs are nonprofit organizations, and we have to maintain equipment that costs a lot of money. An example would be helmet recertification that can cost upwards of $10,000 just for one season. I am here because we have done some research on what other districts are charging, and right now Roseville is charging the most. So for 5 home games, it's costing us almost $12,000 each season for each program. Our ask is on the behalf of the 5 programs, if you would consider either giving a nonprofit price or creating a mutual or memorandum of understanding.
Your time is up, but we'll have staff follow up with you. Thank you.
So is there any follow-up, or what can I do to?
This is public comment. We can't engage in discussion, but we will have staff follow up with you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Nicole Young, followed by Jen Brookover.
Good evening, board. I want to thank you for your observation and respect of the First Amendment. It's the First Amendment for a reason, because it's incredibly important. Thank you. I also wanted to ask if there's going to be any type of investigation into how the landing spot was able to be on campus and have access to students without anybody knowing how they arrived there, and if there was any MOUs in place. And I know I've written about it to the board, but I'd also like to maybe see an investigation launched. And also, I'd like to address the board violation in District Policy 6115 about the flags that were flown at the school. The policy reads, in addition, the board may, through adoption of a resolution, authorize the display of symbolic flags or banners in support of specific awareness months. I was not aware that there was any type of permission granted through the board for the flags to be flown, and if that is the case, can we just hang flags for any awareness month? Because there's a few. I'm a bereaved parent. I had a second trimester loss. The awareness month is in July. I'm wondering if I can go hang a flag at the school. And then Reef Awareness Month is August.
Thank you, Nicole. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jen Brookover, followed by Mark Baird.
Board, I'm reading a statement from an RJUHSD parent. In 2022, my family made the difficult decision to leave a community we loved in Texas due to the dangerous politically motivated decisions targeting LGBTQ+ children and their families. We chose to move to Placer County, and specifically Roseville, because of their professional and accepting attitude toward our queer teens. We were impressed with the policies regarding name and pronoun preferences, bathroom availability, and mental health support through the wellness centers. And the counselors informed us of the landing spot, an on-campus support group of LGBTQ+ teens. So you can imagine our dismay as we have witnessed the events of the past several weeks. The school board's validation of harmful age-old misinformation has caused shock and distress within the LGBTQ+ community and within my family. By elevating these falsehoods without using any critical thinking skills to consider the source, you have not only perpetuated ignorance about the LGBTQ+ community, but also turned a generations-old lie into fact. This has put the lives and safety of our LGBTQ+ people at risk. To put it more bluntly, my kids are less safe in their neighborhood and in their high school because of your decisions. Pastor Casey Tinnen has worked tirelessly to support LGBTQ+ youth in Placer County for 10 years without any allegations of misconduct. Additionally, as landing spot volunteers, including Pastor Casey, have passed background checks required of all school volunteers. He is a respected and beloved member of his church, the LGBT+ community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Our next speaker is Mark Bear, followed by Amy Wenzel.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark, and I am here to call your attention to the horrendous and downright shameful handling of the landing spot and its members in the community. When I saw the video that was done by Project Veritas, I knew that there were so many statements that were taken so far out of context, it makes me sick. The part, however, that was so much harder to stomach was the complete disregard for protecting the landing spot as a whole. As part of the United States, we have a right to protect each other. When it comes to anyone in this country, they are innocent until proven guilty. Instead of sitting down and talking with Pastor Casey about the Project Veritas video, you decided that it would be better to listen to one video that has so many falsities that I do not know how anyone could not see right through it. Because of these actions, so many people's lives were flipped upside down unnecessarily. If you as a board member would have stopped and taken the time to let the dust settle and handle it face to face with Pastor Casey and landing spot members, it would not have gotten to the place that it got. All of these shameful statements were shouted out without so much as a shred of concrete evidence of wrongdoing. Meanwhile, the protesters shouted out these horrendous statements, also shouting out obscenities during a peaceful protest directly at minors, calling them demons. I am mortified that this kind of hate is going on directed
Your
at our
time
youth
is up.
that
Our
are
next
just trying
speaker
to
is Amy Wenzel, followed by Christina Darte.
The landing spot is a very valuable resource for these kids to be able to be themselves and be with other students that they can feel comfortable around. Taking that place away from them can make them feel alone and afraid that they will never have a place for them. Over the last couple of weeks, you have heard countless stories of members of Landing Spot talk about how much they value and respect the work that Casey is doing in the community to help them with the struggles that they face and will always face. I implore you to do the right thing and restore the Landing Spot back to the schools, to give LGBTQ plus youth back an organization that makes them feel safe and heard. I want to live in a world where every single American in this country has the right to pursue life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness without interference from people and organizations that have an agenda. I leave you with a question for you to think about. As adults, every person in this room has either told their kid this or their parents told them this. You can grow up to be anything you want to be. Does this mean that they can be anything, even part of the LGBTQ community? If that is truly the case, then please listen to our kids and ask them what they would like to see in their schools, and not just a few parents that get involved fear-mongering and putting out defamatory videos. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christina Darte, followed by Jeremy Thomas.
Read it because I'm passionate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am so proud of the youth who are brave enough to get up and speak because I know this makes my voice shake. Tonight I am speaking as a mother, as a community member, and someone whose passion is in child abuse prevention and supporting youth who are at risk and have experienced abuse, including sexual exploitation. I have been walking out this passion for over 2 decades. Let me know if anyone has any questions about grooming and what it really is, as I would love to share this education because it is affecting our children, but not in this way. In this time, I have had the blessing to be boots on the ground and to see this topic from the real life lenses, to hear from the children and the youth about what they need to stay safe emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually. And since the feeling or perception of safety is unique to each individual, in creating safety, it is crucial to listen to the person that is seeking that safety. This shouldn't be about politics or religion or personal beliefs, but about the safety of our children and our youth. We need to protect our children, all of them, I beg you. And in keeping our children safe and protecting them, we need to address risk factors and build protective factors as a community. We need to give them access to safe places, to evidence-based information and resources. We need not to take them away. Our LGBTQ community or children and youth face more risk factors and have less protective factors and access than any other children in our county, and they're experiencing this violence most times starting in home. So we are their only hope and their only protection. This is not anything that we can argue.
Thank
These
you.
are
Your
real
time is up.
facts.
Next speaker is Jeremy Thomas, followed by Melissa J.
What we are seeing with the alphabet community right now has nothing to do with child safety and everything to do with pushing an agenda. Let's take a look at one of Casey Tinnan's posts on Facebook where he praises a man named Eric Sprankle for writing, "Casual sex can be healthy. Chastity isn't inherently virtuous. Monogamy isn't ideal for all. Hell's fake, masturbate." This definitely sounds like someone who should have an influence around minors. The Western family values are under attack by individuals who hate America and hate freedom. When you teach impressionable youth that there is no hell, to have sex as often as you like with whoever you'd like, you are teaching of a life without consequences and accountability. Unfortunately, this psychological operation on our youth has dire consequences, as we have witnessed repeatedly over the last several years. Recently, 6 Christians, 3 of which were children, were brutally murdered by a girl who was influenced by the same propaganda Tinnen spews. Her name isn't even worth mentioning, but the victims are Cynthia Peak, Catherine Kuntz, Mike Hill, Evelyn Dickhouse, Hallie Scruggs, William Kinney. If we don't take a stand against these bullying tactics of the alphabet cult, our children may very well be on that list. God bless and thank you. Thank you.
Please, no more disruptions. If you, excuse me, if you speak out of turn and disrupt, you will be asked to leave. Those are the rules of the meeting. And I've given you guys some leeway, but you keep going through it, so I'm not going to tolerate it. Everybody deserves to speak, whether you agree with them or not. Our next speaker is Melissa. After Melissa is Tamara Mahmood.
First of all, most mass shootings are committed by straight white men. Okay, I have a general comment. I'm very concerned, and I know many members of our community are very concerned with the direction that this board has been taking in the last 6 to 9 months. A high-functioning and effective board focuses on strategy, innovation, and takes steps to meet district goals. It also demonstrates strong support for educators, students, and librarians. In recent months, the actions of this board demonstrate a desire to get in the weeds on operational issues and micromanage teachers and staff, a desire to create committees and process to solve problems that do not exist. This is damaging the reputation of this district. Many of us moved here because of the high-performing schools. If our district's reputation continues to be tarnished, we will not be able to attract parents and families who are committed to education and higher education, namely ensuring that our children are well prepared for college, nor will we be able to recruit high-performing teachers to our district. If that happens in time, our test scores will decline, and when our test scores decline, our property values will as well. And that will be a direct result of the actions of this board. I implore you to take a different approach. Focus on strategy. Demonstrate through your words and actions that you support all of our students and our teachers and our librarians. Take steps that will ensure we continue to have a high-performing district that we can be proud of. Don't do things that will limit students' access to complex educational materials and books that will help prepare them from college. Encourage parents who have concerns about what their teenagers read in a library to parent their own kids and not interfere with the education of everyone else.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speaker is Tamara, followed by Ani Blanco.
It's Tamara. Good evening,
Tamara.
board. Thank you. I stood here months ago and asked that you guys make a public denouncement of the type of hate speech that's been directed towards our teachers who, borrowing from that Chevy commercial, are the heartbeat of our schools. People have stood here and repeatedly called them pedophile and groomers. And as that young woman said, those are words with real meanings, especially to sexual abuse survivors. So for our teachers to be unfairly called those terms is inappropriate, and you have yet to have made a public denouncement of those statements. I support our students, all of them, as you should too. They all have a right to be protected, to be heard, and to be seen in the literature and various media that's presented at the school. And there is, I mean, it's just frustrating as a parent of a student here to be having to come to these meetings to have these discussions about just basic human rights. And you guys need to do better. I implore you, please do better and start with a public denouncement of this type of language used towards our students, towards our teachers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bonnie, followed by Cynthia Hilliard. Connor? Go ahead.
Hi, just real quick. I'm here to speak about the flags, and I'm a combat veteran, and I've been told that the blue line flag, my military flags, are offensive, aggressive. They can't be put in the classrooms. It's intimidating to children, and I've been called a murderer. I've been called numerous harsh things. I don't look at my service that way at all, and I'm very proud to have served my country. It was a punch in the stomach when I saw the trans flags being flown on the school grounds last week, when I've been told I can't be represented to my children. And there's no hate to anybody, but if we want inclusivity and equal representation, then you have to take it on both sides. And to me, the fairest representation to everybody is we're all American. We're all California residents. Those are the only two flags that should be flown at the schools, and let the kids go to school. I have my flags flying at home. That's my property, and everybody has the right to do that on their property. But let these kids go to school as Americans and as Californians, as we all are. Once we start representing each different group, we're only causing division and representation for that group and taking away from others. I didn't want that feeling. I didn't want that punch to the stomach, but I had it because of what I've been called and how I've been told what I represent. So that's what I'm just asking of the board and the schools, to represent us as Americans and Californians if we want to. But we're all Americans, and it covers everything.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Cynthia, followed by Meg Weiss.
I think from sitting back and listening to everything tonight, what I'm missing from it is we're focusing more on feelings instead of facts. And I've been the first one to give the board a hell of a time, believe me. However, I am going to say the decision to halt the landing spots position on campuses was out of protection for all students, every single one of them, because there is a local, state, and federal law that requires certain clearance to be gone through and regulations on that. So I don't think any one of the board members is wanting the landing spot removed from a child being able to go there on their own time, but this is about parental rights. This is about legal obligations. And I don't know about the majority of you. I do happen to know that Heidi and Pete have they have been supportive of the LGBTQ community. I don't think I've ever heard anything hate, and I was harassed and attacked online and misinformation put out about me. So I know what it feels like when they feel that way. But the fact is, I know that that is not accurate. I was called information posted online that I am a criminal, which is not true. I have full DOJ clearance, fingerprints, a member of the clergy myself. So I think we need to stick to the facts and not feelings. I don't think any one of you guys want any one of our children in danger. However, legally, that's what needs to be followed. It's not feelings. This is parental rights. And the definition of a pedophile, if people want to look it up, is a sexual interest in children. So why is it that Casey is so focused on children?
Thank you. Your time is up. Now, I've asked you guys, and you keep shouting out. I really don't want to ask people to leave, so please control yourselves. Next speaker is Meg, followed by Allison Joy.
I was going to speak about what I saw with the group, particularly the Antelope students, but all the students who came and spoke at the last meeting. They came unified, they came organized, they came empowered. And I don't know when you left the stage if you saw how they left. They left broken. They left crying. They left shocked. And that was not because somebody's free speech was protected. It was because hate speech was allowed at this board meeting. This is a place where you're required to create a space, safe space for parents, students. These kids were not protected here. And don't hide behind the First Amendment.
Next speaker is Allison, followed by Melissa McDonald.
Hello. I just wanted to talk about the fact that I'm feeling rather flabbergasted that I don't understand what's going on with all of these issues, because I don't feel like I've gotten, as a parent of a high schooler at Wood Creek right now, and my daughter graduated a couple of years ago. I feel like the information that's coming from the district isn't clear to me. Like when I first read about Project Veritas, I thought it was just the opposite of what it was. And I didn't understand, excuse me, I didn't understand how awful that video really was. It brought back memories of one of my daughter's friends who tried to commit suicide. And teens need to have a place where they feel safe. I'm not going to argue with parents' rights in the home, but teens need to have a safe place, and they need to be able to say who they are and what they feel. They need to be able to ask questions. They need to be able to get answers to certain things that they might not be able to get answers to at home. The high schools, the schools are a place where the wellness centers and other areas are able to provide kids with what they need to be safe and to grow and to be who they are. And I just hope that the board and the district can do a better job of protecting them and providing parents with information about what's really going on.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker is Melissa, followed by either Sharon or Shannon Cananella. And then I don't have any other cards on open forum. So if you have a card for open forum, make sure you get it now because these are our last two speakers. Otherwise. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you. I'm just glad I made it here tonight. I have a new driver in the house. I had to drive with someone with a new permit, which was terrifying, but I made it. Thanks for hearing me say that. Anyway, I'm here. I wasn't able to make it to the last meeting. I did watch from home. I was glad I wasn't here for a lot of reasons, but I felt compelled to get up despite my mom wear today to just recognize these brave kids who got up, because honestly, all of us in education, whether you're a policymaker or a district cabinet member or a school site administrator, we serve these kids. And when they're up here telling us these things, we need to listen and do what's right by them. And I just want to tell you kids publicly, you're brave. I respect you. I appreciate your voice. And I also want to say, as a former trustee who sat where you sat, who did the same trainings, I understand the First Amendment. I understand the Brown Act, but I also understand that hate speech that incites danger and violence to constituents in the community isn't okay. There has to be a line, and there is a line. And I agree with my friend and peer earlier who said that this board can also take a stand. You can allow people to say whatever you want, but the fact of the matter is none of you have stood up for your teachers who have been accused of being groomers and pedophiles and everything else. So I think you really need to just be aware and remember why you're here. It's to protect these kids and to support your staff.
Did we get to our last speaker, last call for open forum? Okay, you'll be our last speaker. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, it's Shannon Catanella. Thank you. I've been coming to a lot of these meetings too, and I really wish that I didn't feel the need to, but I feel a need to repeat a thing that I've said several times and a request to bring the temperature down. And I feel that the board has been lacking in doing anything of that nature whatsoever. I feel like this board has, its main leadership, I'm sorry, Trustee Constant, is lacking, entirely lacking in so many ways. And I've seen quotes where you've said that you have been wrong about things and you're open to learning. around new areas. So I find this board lacking in education around educating your community, around educating yourselves, around educating people who come out here and spin these strange stories. I think we all have our hearts go out to any mass shooting. It's horrible. None of us want to see that happen. All of us feel for the families and the victims. We don't want to see that happen. So the way that we can see ourselves out of that is with some compassion and bringing down the temperature. So again, I think that allowing the hate speech that came through and allowing people in your environments, such as the gentleman who had a concealed carry at the last meeting, is not creating a safe environment. I think that it would be wise for you to set the parameters of expectations for your speakers and to protect your students. And I also think that I would like to see a stop to the verbal abuse that's been allowed to happen. Please also
Time is up.
follow up with the kids, because you said you were going to follow up with the woman who talked about
Your
the
time is up.
stadiums.
Thank you.
You said staff would follow up. Staff should follow up with them.
Okay. Moving on our agenda, our next item is 5.6 RSEA report. You guys, oh, there you are. You're good? Okay, no report from RSEA. Our next item is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda? A motion from Board Member Baroda, second. Second by Board Member Hall. We'll do roll call vote. Marla? Heidi? Me? Yes. Julie? All right, that carries 5-0. Oh, students, sorry. Already forgot. First vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Sorry, guys. All right, moving on. We have no public hearings. Action matters. Our first item is 8.1, disclosure of FY 2023-24 RSEA agreement and ratification of agreement. Brett. Oh, Joe.
This is a very exciting action item where we get to provide a salary increase for our teachers and our represented staff, our certificated staff. So this item has been sent to the county and received their approval, and it was also ratified by the bargaining agreement. So the purpose of this item is to, following the solicitation of public comment, would be to ratify the agreement and authorize the execution of the certification of the disclosure of the collective bargaining agreement with RCA.
Thank you. Any questions from the board before I ask for public comment? I don't have any cards for public comment. Anyone here to speak on this item? No. With that, then, any comments from the board? I will just jump in, seeing. Okay. Not seeing any other comments. I'll just echo what I've said, I think at least 2 other times before, as we've ratified RCA agreements. I just want to thank our union representatives and our teachers. We are in an environment where many government agencies struggle over their negotiations and have protracted negotiations and all-out fights over issues that drag on sometimes for years. We're fortunate in our district that we have a membership and a union that strives to negotiate quickly, fairly, and in the best interests of all of our employees in our district. And it's really a pleasure to see negotiations be so efficient and cordial. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to approve. Okay, we have Julie for a motion. Second from Heidi. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Oh, student board members, you up for the raise?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous 7-0. Thank you very much. I'm going to get it right on this next one, I promise. All right. Yes, it's all Julie's fault. 8.2, stadium support buildings for Antelope, Granite Bay, Oakmont, Roseville, and Wood Creek. Change order number 2.
As if you've been at the sites, you've probably seen construction nearby the stadiums at each of the school sites, with the exception of West Park that already has a building like this. And so we're making some pretty good progress on all of those projects. There's a lot of older campuses, and so we uncover issues that need to be addressed. And as you see, we've got 14 items. We do have some savings in there, but overall, we have some additional improvements and repairs. So I won't read through the list, but the total amount of the change orders for all of the sites is $298,455.29. Staff recommends approval of change order number 2 to Burco Constructors.
Any questions first? Seeing none, I don't have any requests for public speakers. So do I have a motion? I heard Marla first. I'll give that to Marla. I'll give you the second. So we have a motion and a second, starting with Alex.
Sounds good. Aye.
Kate.
Yes.
All right, for the rest of the board, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nope. That was not a no. That was nobody opposed. So we have that approved 5-0. Our next item is item 8.3, approval of a course pilot. April, is that you?
Have the opportunity to pilot for 1 year the AP African American Studies College Board course. And we have 2 schools that have been pre-approved by the College Board to do so. That's Antelope High School and Roseville High School. We have teachers interested. And with your blessing, they would get trained over the summer. This course has gone through several rounds of review in SILT, and I am pleased to say that while we may have some things that we'll be watching, it was a full and unanimous consensus to move this forward. And so just knowing that pilot is part of that safety net to make sure we're doing it well, that we're being thoughtful, and we're gathering information along the way, so that the final product would be coming back to the board next spring for potential adoption to continue. This would not be continued. Your action today would just allow it for 1 year. We'll bring back an updated version next year, assuming all goes well, and then that would be allowed to be offered at every school moving forward. Happy to answer any questions, and I think we do have some speakers.
Thank you. Any board questions on this item?
Sections. That's one thing I don't think I've asked. Not, you know.
Roseville High is at 2 sections, one in the fall, one in the spring, and then the same at Antelope. Thank you, principals, for giving me the cues. So 1 in fall, 1 in spring. And the nice thing about that is by having 1 in the fall, we'll have seen the entire course. And even though we'll bring it back while it's in process, we will have gone through the entire course, and we'll have confidence in it.
Great. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Okay, we have 3 speakers. First will be Melissa McDonald, followed by, I think it says Joy or maybe Jay Hester, and then Pulo Samba. Listen.
Hi again. This will be short and sweet. I really support this pilot. I'm really excited. Finally can come up here and say something positive to you guys. I'm so excited about this pilot, and I appreciate your support of it. And I only can say I hope it expands to Granite Bay High School, where my kids go, so they can benefit from it. But I think this is a really good step in the right direction of valuing all experiences and creating meaningful global perspectives and diverse perspectives for our kids. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Jay. Okay. Sorry about that, Jay. I'm reading challenged sometimes in these cards. Jay, followed by Pulo. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I wanted to speak to you in support of approving the pilot for African American Studies, AP African American Studies at Antelope and Roseville High School. I feel I can provide a well-qualified endorsement of the suggested pilot. I'm currently a professor at Sierra College, where I've taught history courses since 2006, including a 2-semester course in African American history, which I have taught since 2014. My son is currently a senior at Oakmont High School, where he will graduate as the member of the Health Academy cohort and move to start his college education at UC Santa Barbara in the fall. Additionally, I've participated in the AP US History reading of exams for over 20 years, and I am colleagues with a number of faculty who sit on the committee for the AP African American Studies pilot. Lastly, during my son's 4 years at Oakmont, Parents have consistently elected me to serve on the school site council, which I've done for 4 years. In the last 2 years, I've served on SILT by request. To talk about African American history, I guess I've got 2 minutes. First, in my role on SILT, I've had the opportunity to look over the course proposal materials and the textbook options suggested by the instructors who would teach the course, and I've come away impressed with the demonstration. The course outlines are very similar to my own and resemble what you would see in any typical African American studies or African American history course at the college level. Additionally, I'm familiar with all 3 of the textbooks that are included in the pilot, as I have used 2 of them in my own courses and am familiar with the 3rd. They are excellent and provide an accurate understanding of African American history. I can certainly vouch for the high academic nature of the pilot. Secondly, although this is a pilot, AP African American Studies will most likely eventually be an approved AP course by AP with an accompanying exam. As a parent of a high school senior, I have become increasingly aware how important it is to provide as many opportunities for our students to show their academic excellence through multiple methods, including AP courses. With the UC and CSU systems moving to a test-blind system of admission, it is even more important to provide our students with more chances to show their academic achievements. GPA and rigor of a student's coursework has become more important at admissions at a time when we have seen a dramatic increase in applications in both systems. Lastly, the offering of AP African American Studies provides a way to connect with students who previously would not see themselves as a student capable of college-level work and give them a sense that they are, quote-unquote, being seen in their classes, which is so important to student success in the long term. Sierra College's African American student population is approximately 3% of its total population, but in my own African American history courses, they make up over 60% of the students that take the course. It should not be surprising that students engage more strongly with content that is more relevant to their own experience. In general, I think all district high school students would find this class fascinating, and my own experience with the content is that relatively few of them have an awareness of African American history. AP African American Studies would be a great addition, and I hope you approve the pilot.
Thank you. Hello, Samba. That's the last card I have.
So I had a script, right, tossed it because I struggle coming here today. I'm so tired of standing in front of a largely homogeneous board, and having to beg so that my kids can, have an opportunity to learn American history in its full context, not just what makes people feel good. So I thought I was going to come here and have a room full of people up in arms like I've seen before and just, spewing vitriol and, I felt the forces were just too strong. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. But then I'm like, I have to do it for my son, my current freshman, and all the, my PRC students that are going to follow after them, so they don't have to go through what my son went through. It's imperative that kids see themselves reflected in the text that they learn in school, not just for the students of color, but for all students, because if we don't do that, they all lose. There's life beyond, Placer County. If they want to go into the real world and be able to compete in a 21st century global economy, they're going to have to be exposed to things that they're not comfortable with. It has nothing to do with your kids. It has nothing to do with being un-American, being indoctrinated. So what we're looking at, I'm not sure if you guys are aware, is a watered down version of AP African American history because of what happened in Florida. The college board, bowed down to DeSantis. That's what happened. So we are literally fighting for crumbs. So I'm happy that, it was passed. So, I'm happy that happened, but it's still crumbs because you guys still have the power to dictate the content of what is being taught. not our teachers. And that's just, very, very sad. If anyone needs African American history, it's this county. We have a school. That word is being thrown around every day on our campuses. Our students, not just, they don't know anything about Black excellence. This would give them opportunity for that. So every student benefits. It's not just for Black kids. Whether it's covered in school or not, I'm going to make sure my kids read the text that they're supposed to read, and know about their history. So it's for all of us. So be the change that you want to be. Be brave and keep, making decisions that benefit all our kids, not just a certain.
Thank you. Your time is up. Now time for discussion. I'm going to start with our student board members. If either of you would like to make any comments on this.
I think it's a cool course. If I was, if I had more time in high school and I had the opportunity to take it, I probably would.
Well, we could hold you back a year.
You know what? Maybe that's an option. But no, I think it's a cool course. I think it's a great opportunity for people to learn, and I think it's it's just awesome all around. So yeah.
I myself had the chance to attend the SILT meeting actually, where we got to discuss this course. And not only seeing the presentations regarding it, but also seeing in depth of what the students will be talking about, I felt is really beneficial to them. And from my own perspective, I'm taking history classes through Sierra currently. And I think, history really does need to be improved and taught, and seeing, how history in high school is taught versus college classes there's a bit of a difference there. So I am totally for this course and encourage this to expand to other schools as well.
Thank you. Comments from the board? The board is satisfied. It's been good watching this unfold. I remember having early discussions on this course with always drawing a blank at the last moment. Jessica, thank you. I don't know how I could forget Jessica, but Jessica and I discussed this quite a while ago on the path to getting this through our district and through the process. And as everyone knows, our process has changed and evolved, but I think it was a good opportunity for us to put this course through that process and get the input that we got, and happy to see it here today. Any other comments? Without any comments, I'll be looking for a motion. We have a motion by Marla to approve the pilot. Second by Julie. All in favor? Oh, starting at the end.
I approve.
Yes.
All right. I remembered. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? None opposed. That is passed 5-0. Thank you very much. Our next item is a series of new alternative education courses. There's 6 of them in our packet. April, I assume you have just a couple brief comments on it or anything that you'd like to add?
Brief, just the difference between this one and the next one is that these courses would only be approved at the alternative schools. So we have separated them from the other new courses, which would be available at any of our schools. So with that, I have no other comments.
So we are going to take these separately so that we don't confuse them. So this first one's 8.4, the alternative education courses. Any questions or comments from our student board members? I don't have any cards from the public, so questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, I'll ask for a motion on 8.4. Motion by Julie, second. That by just by a nose. Starting with our student board members.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, and regular board members, all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That's none opposed. That is approved 5-0. We'll now go on to 8.5, which is similar but different because it's for courses at all of our sites. And Any questions or comments on this before we go vote? Okay.
Seeing the pre-AP English 9 on this, I think it's a great addition. I think Roseville's leading that one. Is that right? I just support giving the opportunity for kids to, we talk about the marks of having sometimes one AP test, one AP class or one IB class. Someone get to college, and the idea of preparing our kids in 9th grade to think about it, I think is phenomenal. So let's see it everywhere.
It sounds like you want to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve all of them.
All right, we have a motion by Marla, a second by Julie, starting with our student board members.
Aye.
Aye.
And then from the full board, all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? None opposed, so that passes 5-0. Moving right along here, we are now going to get to item number 8.6, which is approval of core textbooks. We've got our list here in our board packet. Anything you'd like to add?
On display for over 30 days, and we're just bringing them back for action.
Okay, I have no comment cards from the public. Any questions or comments from our student board members first? Our regular board members next. We have a motion to approve by Julie, a second by? Second by Heidi. Okay, starting with our student board members.
Aye.
Regular board members, all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That passes 5-0. All right, we are now going to move into a long-awaited topic we've been trying to get to for a while, library approval process. But before we get started on this, I want to invite our librarians to come join us up here. We've got seats on the right. As we did with our previous meeting when we did curriculum, we thought it's important to have those members of our staff that work daily with the subject that we're dealing with be here to provide not only insights, but answer questions directly to the board if there's any questions on what we have in front of us. I want to start off by saying, I know it's been deferred and we should have heard it previously, but it is Library Month. So at least we're hearing it during a month where we're recognizing libraries as well. So I think, April, you're going to start us off, and then we're going to work our way through this.
Yes, thank you very much. We are excited to share and have some great discussion and perhaps get some guidance tonight. So this is an information item, not an action item. But earlier this year, there were questions related to library selection process, policy. And so this was on our docket to share, and you can see the date is wrong on the slides because it was presented or prepared for a prior meeting. But we're glad to have time tonight to discuss. I'm not going to read all of the lovely ed code, but you can see there is ed code that governs the existence of a school library. We have policy as well that was attached. And there is not really a gap. Our own staff and myself have been attending some workshops presented recently by legal. Actually, even since the board agenda, we've been participating in those, just kind of immersing ourselves in this world to be informed and make sure that we're governing as wisely as possible. But we do have policy. One of the questions I've received from community members, the policy references that we may have a library plan. And so someone has asked, where's the library plan? Well, we haven't actually had one. It says we may, it's a permissive policy, but we've not actualized that. We have some amazing librarians who over the years have been just doing the great work and leading the libraries. And this is an opportunity for us to consider if we'd like to make any changes or activate that part of the policy. So that is in existence. Appreciate our librarians. They'll be able to speak with you shortly, but they've worked with our director of curriculum and instruction. And they were involved in the development. There are some things that they'll have some various perspectives on that they'll be sharing as well. But just a quick history. We have
places where there are books on campus for students. We even are calling them library media centers. That's what our job descriptions call them as well. So we have places for students to get resources at every school. And then we have credentialed librarians that serve those libraries and work with classified staff or library media technicians as well, who are there day in and day out. And we have gone from historically, we had 5 certificated librarians, then down to 3 through attrition, and now we have 2 district-wide librarians who are here to speak with you this evening. But as I mentioned, we don't have a formal library plan. They have guiding documents and ideas and plans that we've been operating off of, but it hasn't been to the level of a board-approved plan with variety of community member input, those sorts of things like we would do typically on any of our large-scale plans. We have, in listening to community and in talking with staff, we were able to identify some things in general that are working. And again, our libraries have been operational for a number of years. We do have thoughtful selections in the library available for students to check out upon their desire. Okay, these are not forced reading selections for students, but it's based on choice. And our librarians, our credentialed librarians, do a phenomenal job of trying to get a variety of resources that may be of interest to students, including current text, maybe popular fiction, as well as resources for research, nonfiction, databases for research papers and such. And so we've had internal processes to provide input. They work very closely with our teaching staff. They go to trainings and conferences, and we've just been filling those libraries as we're able to, as our budget has provided. And so we've done that internally. What we haven't done necessarily is been consistent in everything. And so prior to this year, we had seen there's funding variability. It had been at the discretion of the principal how much money was allocated to the library each year. And so some sites would have more money and other sites would have less money allocated. And when that came to our attention as a potential access and equity issue, we discussed that with librarians last year and with principals, and we've now centralized it. So that's one that we've already addressed. We have a centralized budget now of money that came a little small portion from each of the sites. And the idea is to help shore up any libraries that might have been smaller or had less diversity, and then ultimately keep them all up at a high level of expectation. And while it's not quite lack of professional development, there's been limited professional development in the area of book selection. That was identified by our librarians, our certificated librarians, saying that it's hard work to get a diverse amount of books and to find them and to fund them. And sometimes, books in other languages, as we're having our English learner population, they're hard to find or more expensive. So there's some things that we identified we could use some extra support in curating books and in maybe some of that selection process. And then again, we haven't had that outside process for input. And so if that's something that we would like to do, that's an area that we've been identifying. Okay, how might we do that in getting outside input, meaning parents, guardians, families, community, to say, hey, here's what we might think about for our library, and ultimately coming up with that plan. So that's just a little bit of the history. So based on the questions, the comments, and some board interest, we've put together a potential plan or a process that we might choose to do. Now, since the development of this, which was over the fall and into the early winter, we've had other thoughts and things come up too. And so this may be different. And so that's why we wanted to just have a conversation to see where are we tonight in our thinking and how would we like to go forward. But one idea was to have a library advisory committee to help us develop it. So we haven't come to you tonight say, hey, here's the purpose of a library. Here's the selection criteria that we should use. Here's how we deal with book challenges. One thought is maybe we get a committee to help us put that together, to help develop that purpose statement, to help identify the selection criteria or the criteria we might use when books are challenged. We do have a number of books on a list that have been kind of put to the side, waiting for us to decide which process we'll use. Now, current policy allows us to do a process. It says when books are challenged, we can just get a small committee together and review it and make some recommendations, and there are appeal processes in place. So we could go with existing, or we could activate a larger
body like this with more representation, developing maybe a larger plan. If we did that, the plan would come to the board for ultimate approval. This would be a recommending body that would help us just in the research and gathering that input. So that was an idea. You could see the 11 members, our suggestion of who would be on there. What the committee would do are these bullet items, basically learning. We would listen to our certificated librarians. Okay, how are we doing? What's the circulation numbers? How are circulation? What's being used and not used? And where might we invest those funds? Looking at that kind of data. Suggesting or maybe informing messaging. So what are we celebrating? What are we promoting? How do we increase usage if that becomes the goal of our library media centers? Are there focus areas? Are there policy suggestions or revisions or practices and regulations? They could make those recommendations, ultimately reviewing, providing input on a potential draft library plan, and also reviewing, they could be that body that does review the challenged books. Now, if we did that, that would be not the student members, right? So if a book is challenged saying that it's not appropriate for students to read, we would not have the students on the committee read the book that might not be appropriate. So the students on the committee would do all of the first bullets, just not that last bullet, if indeed this was the committee doing the challenges. And so that is the idea for discussion. We would follow a similar protocol that we do with SILT, that we would put our agendas forward on the website, we'd publish them, make it available to the community, have input forms published as well. So even if someone wasn't on the committee, but they wanted to share their feedback, that would be provided to the committee, much like we do currently with our SILT, our Curriculum Instruction Leadership Team. So those were some of our ideas for discussion. I'm going to sit down, unless you have questions for me, but I was going to sit down and just be a part of the conversation. So what's your pleasure?
That's great. Thank you. Why don't you join us up here? I want to give just a quick intro to our librarians before we start our discussion. We have Megan and Zena with us here, joining us. Combined, they have over 40 years of teaching experience. We all know that our teachers and librarians are credentialed. Most of us think, well, they get one credential. Between the two of them, they have 5 teaching credentials. They've been really committed to furthering their, not only their education, but their expertise and credentials. Zena just completed her master's in library and information services in spring. Congratulations on that. A snapshot of our library. In 2022, our circulations from August to March were 7,449. Our circulation in 2023 during the same time period was 10,018, which is an increase of almost 35%, 34.5%, with 69.9% being fiction titles. As I mentioned earlier, April is National School Library Month. April 4th was National School Librarian Day. So where'd they go? Oh, there you are. I was like, they walked out on me. So belated happy National School Librarian Day. They are here to answer questions. Do you have any introductory comments before we get into questions, or do you want to hear the questions and then fill in from there?
I think we can hear questions first.
Okay. I always have questions, but does anyone else have questions they'd like to start with?
That's
Mm-hmm.
so I heard 7,000 2022-ish, and then 10,023. Is that right? Does that include what you would consider textbooks? So I know my 9th grader walked over and they all checked out Romeo and Juliet in the class. So
No,
that's beyond.
those circulation stats are specific to the library books, not the textbooks.
And could you give us a picture of how different, I'm assuming it's mostly English classes, maybe some history. How do your teachers and your schools use the library with the book circulation? Or are most of those individual kids coming in at lunch and just checking out books?
I think it's actually not a straightforward answer. Because
Can you pull the mic a little bit closer?
I have my PE voice.
Use your teacher voice.
So when we're teaching, we have teachers from all curriculum areas coming in. Yes, we do a lot with the English classes because they're checking out novels. They are doing silent sustained reading, things like that. So yes, we see a lot of English. Yes, we see history. At Oakmont and Granite Bay, obviously I've been working closely with the IB programs. I've been helping with the extended essay here at Oakmont. So again, so yes, we're doing some checkouts, but we're also doing that research piece, which is obviously so critical for our kids, not just here in high school, but as they move on. Did I answer?
Very helpful, yes.
Any other questions? Heidi, any questions? Julie, Bernard, Philip, before I jump into mine? I have a series of questions. Surprise, surprise. First, what is your vision as librarians and your professional understanding of a library advisory from your perspective?
Okay, so I'll answer that since I'm the most recent collegiate librarian. It's been a while since somebody else has been out of school.
Really?
I think that Megan and I basically would say a library advisory committee is best practice for book challenges. However, it's not a recommending body. It's not a book purchasing body. It doesn't really exist. This particular proposal has never been done in any school, in any district in the state.
Really, the advisory committees have been set up specifically for the book challenges. To pass some of those other responsibilities onto a committee like this, in my opinion, is to diminish a little bit our education and our experience and what we go through with developing our collections, the thought, the evaluation that we do, and obviously the education that we've gone through in terms of curating not just a fiction collection, not just a book that looks pretty, but relevant, solid materials.
Thank you. So in your day-to-day functioning, can you help us understand the difference between different types of libraries? We obviously have public libraries, we have high school libraries, we have K-12 libraries, we have K libraries. What kind of insight can you give us in relation to what's important to high school libraries, either comparing or contrasting with others?
Well, I think there's a clear distinction because we are a high school district, and a lot of things that have kind of come down as far as looking at books that have been challenged and looking at celebrations like American Library Association's Banned Book Week, those type of things. We are a high school library. If you have a K-12 district, you're going to have different protocols, different procedures for your library for an elementary school, which I've been trained in that. But since we are a high school district, we govern ourselves differently. We have to adjust for the maturity level of our students. Some of our students are 18 years old, they're adults. So we have to look at their development and their maturity level when we're choosing books for them. So that's a key distinction that I think has been overlooked in the national debate or the national, I would say just how it's been a topic, that we're a little different because we are a high school library.
And then we've mentioned a couple times the purchasing of books. So I don't know if we as a body really understand how you purchase books, what the process is now. We know a little bit about some proposals here. I'd like you to explain sort of how you do that now, maybe with some emphasis on how you select books when you have a constrained budget. Because obviously you can't go out and buy 50,000 books. So how do you manage with the budget, and what's your thought selection process currently?
One of the ways that we're trying to make best use of our budget is with ebooks. We have quite an extensive ebook collection. And that's one of the ways, because the way it's set up is any student in the district can access those ebooks. Granted, we may have some that only have one copy, but as soon as it's turned back in, then somebody else can check out, very similar to the public library, how it's set up with their ebooks. When it comes to purchasing books, there's many different factors that go into that. It's we get student recommendations, we might have staff recommendations. As professionals, we're always communicating with our professional organizations and getting recommendations that way. I would love to say I have read all of the books in all of my libraries, but I haven't. So we rely on book reviews, and those book reviews are coming from, again, specific librarian publications. There's Kirkus reviews, there's American Library Association, there's a School Library Journal. We've been using a lot of Common Sense Media and looking at their book reviews to judge whether or not a book should come into our collection. And one of the things that I think is important for all of us to remember is libraries are about choice. We are not forcing anyone of anything on any student. It's about giving them an opportunity to come in and freely look at the shelves, look at displays, and find something they're interested in. And one of the best pictures of that is our banned book display, which I think, again, one of the issues surrounding that was the lack of context that some people had with the banned book display. But those are also some of the best conversations I have with students when they come in and they see Charlotte's Web. And they're like, why is Charlotte's Web banned? Wait, I just read Of Mice and Men in my English class. Why is it banned? And so having those conversations with the kids, oftentimes that's the best part of those displays. That's also, to slide this in, it's also one of the benefits of having a credentialed librarian on every campus, is you can have those conversations with kids. You can promote that within the school system itself. That's just a little piece of it. I mean, buying books isn't, some of us at Christmas time might go on Amazon and go click, click, click. Okay, I bought some books. That's not what we do when it comes to providing for our students.
Yes, and I'll just add one more piece to that. We have a subscription service called the Junior Library Guild, and that is curated by experts in the field, experts of English language instruction, YALSA, which is the Young Adult Library Association. There's a bunch of different recommendations that come through, and then those particular subscriptions are curated, and so we receive like a gift box every month for our sites, and our library media technicians always get so excited when those books are coming in, because they're the cutting edge, they're the new books, they're the award winners, and a lot of them I haven't heard of, Megan hasn't heard of them, and then we'll end up reading them, and then the kids come in and they're asking for them. So a lot of it is we are relying on the experts in the field in order to influence our purchasing, and so we love our subscriptions as well.
Thought I was done with my questions. You said three different things that prompted three different questions.
You're welcome.
That's the way this is supposed to be. You came right to the edge of discussing the difference between picking library books and textbooks. Talked very clearly about the process of library books. In fact, you don't get to read all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of the choice-based. That's strikingly different than how we select textbooks in relation to curriculum. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct, and there's different law that governs that. Yes.
And then you mentioned banned books and book displays, so I'm going to hit both of those. And then you mentioned text, so I'm going to hit those as well. Do we have any books that have been banned from our library?
No. We've actually never had any. I've been in the library since August of 2004, so a couple years. And in my entire tenure, I've never had any book challenged.
Thank you. I think that's really important because, as you know, there's been a perception of book banning. And so I've asked that question to you before, but I wanted to make sure that people understand that we haven't banned any books in our library. switching to, I think, text. Can you clarify the difference of how we use librarians versus library technicians, the differences so that everyone can understand that in our operations?
Sure, I'll explain that. So in order to get a teacher librarian credential, you must first be a classroom teacher for 5 years. You have to train to be a librarian. So I was an English teacher, I taught ELD, and I also was a social science teacher. I taught at Adelante High School. I taught students that needed my help the most, and I loved my time there. And so I decided I wanted to reach more people. And so being in the library was a way where I could teach, I could instruct, I could assist teachers, because that's truly my passion. I want to help teachers to be successful in the classroom and in their practice. And so that's a little bit about being a teacher librarian. So a library media technician, which we have 6 of them, and they are amazing.
Stellar.
They are stellar. They deal with the day-to-day of our Chromebook fleet, because we are a 1-to-1 district with Chromebooks. So they're the ones that are dealing with the technological aspect of managing those devices. And our students put those devices through their paces. And so they are there, but they also function to assist us in the library. And they're the face that the students see on a daily basis, because there's only 2 of us and we have quite a bit of schools to cover. So students sometimes see me and say, "Oh, are you new?" Some of them know who I am, some of them know who she is, but it just, they are the ones that assist. And so they are the technicians that help to run, and they do a lot of these textbook circulations. So they could speak to that as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it's very helpful. And the last one is the book displays. You mentioned sort of the context or lack of context, depending. And it sounds like the lack of context has helped in some manner because it gets students to ask questions. But we've also heard some issues with the lack of context gives people mixed messages or wrong messages. So is there anything you'd like to share with us on how we might rectify that?
Let me elaborate on that. This fall, we did a banned book display at all 3 of my sites. At 2 of them, I was diligent in my signage. When I put up that display, I put up signs that say, "Don't read these books." I use caution tape. I use danger tape. And then I put up, the reasons books have been challenged. I put up quotes from authors. I also include, it's always a big display, but the point is there's information there. There's the Library Bill of Rights. There's things like that we include. So there's context into understanding that display. At Granite Bay, I neglected to get all of my signs up, and that is where some of that controversy started, because I was training a new tech and it got away from me. So I own that. At that site, I did not get everything up that I needed. With a lot of our displays, you don't need that context. I think with the Banned Books Week, you do, because people have that misunderstanding of, what do you mean it's banned? Why is it here anyways? If we were doing a display, for example, our Antelope Library Media Tech did a great display last year with mysteries. You don't need context for a display that has, a crime scene outline or anything like that. You kind of get it. And that's what a lot of ours are. The Banned Book Weeks display, that is definitely one that you need to have context with. But everything else, it's self-explanatory. If it's a Heritage Month, if it's a celebration, if it's Diabetes Awareness Month, whatever it might be, you don't need the context with that.
Thank you. That's very helpful to me. Sorry I've dominated the question.
Your questions. You mentioned that books in the library are not considered textbooks, right? These are different laws, but are they considered educational materials and then governed by some ed code?
They're considered library materials.
Yeah. We did
Help me with the distinction between library materials versus educational materials.
Because they are not a required material, they are not specific to instruction. It's about bringing kids in and allowing them the choice. We all know the value of reading. Reading has to be something kids want to do. And when they have that choice, they're going to want to read. When they get to pick something they want to read versus something they're told they have to read. We had a board policy specific to selection of library materials. I brought a copy of it. We're not sure what happened when we digitized and it kind of disappeared, but it's very similar to how we choose the instructional materials.
The legality of it, because that's part of the new legal training that we were just going through, and the laws are actually different. So we have a board policy and administrative reg that we looked at recently that says, you know, the board adopts instructional materials and it lumps library in there. But that is not how the law reads, and the law is actually very different with how textbook or supplemental materials are adopted and how library books are adopted or challenged and such. And so that has been more clear to me in the last week in going through the training, because our policy mixed them all together. So we were having some questions around it, but from a legal perspective, I think the policy, and that might be something we look at. This is the first time hearing of a policy that maybe fell off the books. So we can look at that, but just because our policy puts them all together doesn't mean that legally they are put all together in that same process.
Questions?
You can go.
I know you've been writing notes.
Yeah. There's only one question, I think. So I'm just going to name how we got here for a minute. So we got here because there was a lot of concern about books in the library. And then what came down from that was a committee, advisory committee, et cetera. And, you know, whether or not to have one or what that looks like. And I think it's been interesting because we looked at it as an advisory committee being like a curatorial kind of group or a watchdog group or a community input group. And I'm just wondering if we want to talk about it in a much more positive way. And the way I'm thinking about it, and or just another way to look at it would be, what if, like, I look at advisory groups as groups that are going to know and be able to advise me in my professional career. So it's expanding perspective, looking at legal challenges, resources, driving different perspective. And when I was looking at some of the things here, I saw items like difficulty in curating book collections in languages other than English. So are there experts out there that you would want to look to as you would consider your advisory committee that would do that and support you, rather than a curatorial committee that's kind of a watchdog on the perspective? Am I making sense?
Yeah, but with the different languages, really the obstacle there is budget.
Well, yes. I'm just using that as an example, but the perspective I'm trying to say is kind of looking at it like, can we look at it as, if you were to design an advisory committee to support the work you would do, what would that look like? Which would be different than probably parents and people who aren't experts. Right? I would want an advisory, if I was having a professional advisory committee, I want people who were experts and my peers to support me in doing my work better. Right. So,
but I think for me, your key word that you're using is expert in your field.
In your field.
Right. But and that's what I'm saying. I think that's the key. Is ideally, in a perfect world, I would love to have my professional learning team, which is what our English teachers have, which is what be more than two of us. I mean, I'm being real.
Right.
The more that we have reduced our numbers just here in our district, we're also reducing numbers other places. And that is creating a gap with our expert and peer group. But yeah, absolutely. And that's why you go to conferences.
Right.
We have a huge conference in October that we'll go to. And that's where we get that advice, that, you know, the opportunity to sit down and talk shop with our peers. So one that is based within the district, ideally, I would like to be able to convene an advisory committee if we have a challenge. If we have a book challenge, we convene the committee, because that's the way they've been designed. Together, the committee works, we read the book, you know, there's different steps to go through the challenge process, and we make a decision.
Yeah, if that's your recommendation, then that makes a lot of sense. I'm just thinking about it. Is there a way to look at advisory committees in a way that would be supportive of the work that you do to grow your resources and expand the work you want to do?
Well, I will say one thing about just to kind of piggyback on what you're saying. I do think that the library services program, the work that Megan and I do, the work that Johanna McCoy and Lauren Zadibble have done before us, that work is living in the shadows, and having a forum to where we can say, we're here, this is what we're doing to support students, to where it is a learning body. I was an ELD teacher, and we have ELAC meetings, we have school site council, we do have those things, and I don't think we have something dedicated for library. And the fact to get some eyes on the program, because we're the heart of the school. We are the heart of a school. We're like the circulation system of the school, because when we stop, the learning stops. Because the Chromebooks stop, we don't have the teaching and instruction that's going on. Teachers are not able to use our space. There was a question before about, well, what's the interaction with the library? What goes on in the library? Because I think that there's this archaic, that's old, it's
We're
old
just
dusty
checking out
books. We're
yeah.
a museum, right? Even though we have a museum at the Roseville High School, Julie Estridge Library. Julie was an amazing librarian. I actually, I worked with her when I was at Roseville a long time ago. But I would just say that there's a misconception on the work that we do and our professional expertise. And if we're given a forum and a chance to be able to prove and show what we do for students on a daily basis and the work that we do as a team with my library media technicians, with our administrators, with our department chairs, with our assistant principals, like, it could be amazing if it was done in that capacity and in that spirit.
To give a little history for you too, the last time, actually we're coming up almost on 10 years exactly, the last time the librarians had an opportunity just to speak to the board was 10 years ago, April 23rd. 10 years ago. And the reason I know that is because I met my husband that night. But that's, so this right here is an excellent first step that we have been looking for years, because having not had that opportunity to come and present to the board and talk about what we're passionate about, I think it's created a lot of gaps. There's a great big misunderstanding about what we do. And so this is an awesome first step. We did attempt to put a district library plan together in 2007.
So no PLTs exist.
This
is the PLT.
And it was much larger 4 years ago.
Yeah, we meet monthly with our LMTs also, but in turn, and again, it's important to remember that the instruction, bringing kids in and talking research, talking citations, using our digital resources, getting access to books, that falls on us for the entire district, because our techs are not that they can't do it, they can, but legally they can't because they're not teachers.
One more question. So do you know of any models in California or across the US that has like strong school library PLTs or professional learning environments with advisory groups of professionals?
Not with advisories, but when you say where are the school libraries the strongest, they're the strongest in the Northeast, the areas where you have MIT, you have Harvard, you have a lot of those high caliber universities, and they're preparing those students, and they're making sure that they have teacher librarians in their high schools. Like, that is something in Kentucky, Tennessee, like, that's where it's mainly on the east side of the country, as far as if we were to look at models, if we were to look at best practices. And as far as a library advisory committee, that functions in this particular capacity that's been presented to you. It has
Not that I
not,
have found.
it has not been done.
Yeah, and I want to just not use advisory in that framework, just in terms of like a professional development, professional. So maybe advisories become this kind of for this conversation, but anyway, that's kind of what I was asking, how to get the professional development, how to get what's needed to get library resources to. So
Right, you sparked something. All of our schools go through the WASC process, or, you know, the accreditation. As soon as that is a piece in California state law, when they say, when you go through your WASC process, you have to show that you have credentialed teacher librarians that are in and instructing, you will see a change.
And I
That's
believe-
my theory, but
Well, I believe, for example, in the state of Montana, I believe it was Montana, that they actually have it written into their state budget, it's mandatory. All schools have to have a library and that kind of environment. And one of the other pieces to this whole, I think we've gone off on a tangent, people probably fall asleep, but when it comes to the IB programs, part of IB is that you have a certificated librarian on campus. So right now, we don't. I'm split between two campuses, and I'm the only librarian that's been trained so far within IB, and that was just one quick little workshop, which was amazing. But that kind of brings in another piece to this, is some of the programs that we are so proud of and that we tout and that bring people to our district, we still need to support those by maintaining these services.
Thank you.
And don't worry about going along once every 10 years.
Nice.
No, I was shocked when I spoke with you, the two of you earlier, and had learned that it had been so long since there had been a board discussion. And I know we often get accused of meddling and micromanaging, but I'm happy to hear that you're happy that we're having this discussion and that we're really bringing attention to what we're doing. We have a bunch of folks in the public that want to speak. What I'm going to ask you to do is think about what questions we should have asked you that we didn't. And then when the public's done speaking, you can answer those questions you posed to us.
Okay.
Okay? Oh, yes, April.
Did want to clarify, I know there was some discussion about their perspective of the committee, but the Library Advisory Committee as presented is not to select books, right? When I say recommending body, it's to recommend a plan, and that is absolutely provided for in our existing policy. So the existing policy would not allow two librarians to write a plan. It says, in consultation with teacher librarians, classroom teachers, administrators, parents, guardians, and students, we would develop a plan. So it's kind of this question of, do we want a plan? And if so, this is one way we might go about it. But our policy does actually require more involvement if we put a plan together. Now, we don't have to. Again, it's that permissive policy, but that was kind of the intent around, not to pick which books, right? It's selection criteria, it's looking at the big picture, what are the goals and the purposes and all of that, and putting a big plan. So I just did want to clarify that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to switch to public comment now, and then we'll come back for discussion. I have less than 10 cards, so that means 3 minutes. You don't have to take all 3 minutes, but you're allowed up to 3 minutes. We're going to start off with Melissa McDonald, followed by Meg Weiss. Forever or just tonight?
What?
Forever?
Just tonight,
Oh, okay.
Pete. Sorry, you're not that lucky. Sorry about that. Not that lucky. I am tired and going to keep it short. I just want to say thank you to Megan and Zena. You're so articulate and so credentialed and qualified, and it's sad to me that you have to sit up there and justify, you know, your expertise because you're such assets to this district, and I know that everyone here can recognize that, and I thank you for that. I also just want to say that our libraries are critical. I mean, my dissertation in grad school is on media literacy, and a large part of that is research, right? Making informed decisions about what texts are valid, considering different perspectives, getting a holistic picture. And these are all media literacy research. Those are things that live obviously in the classroom, but are supported by the library. And so I think, April, you were getting at this, and I think, pointing at her, she's gone. There's an overarching educational purpose of the libraries. It's not just a place where people go to get books. I mean, these are credentialed, really well-educated educators that can take our kids' learning above and beyond the classroom. And that's what I'd like to see for our libraries. I know these two ladies are more than capable. I wish we had more librarians. From a budget perspective, I think it would be an excellent investment, particularly as we continue to have online content with social media and everything else. Our kids, in order to be successful anywhere, college, life, the workplace, they have to be digital citizens that are well informed and equipped. And I think that Zena and Megan and their team are positioned beautifully to do that. And I really think from an education and visionary perspective, that should be something this district thinks about, is what kind of information literacy and research skills do we want to send our kids out into the world with when they graduate? So I just think there's a lot more we could do with libraries. I also quickly want to say that they're just safe spaces on campus for kids. I mean, my daughter suffers from anxiety. She'd be horrified if I was saying that publicly, but I mean, who doesn't? But it's a safe place for kids to go at lunch, you know, and chat with a caring adult and find a book. And I know that your peers have been really supportive to my daughter. And at Granite Bay, I just am very grateful. So less than 3 minutes, yes.
Thank you. So we have Meg, followed by Lauren Zibel. Wilson.
Hi again. I wanted to get up and speak and say thank you to our librarians. They're doing a great job. And it sounds to me like we have too limited of resources being devoted to our libraries, and we need to expand that more than we need to review a policy. It sounds like if we want to create a committee, maybe we need to hire more credentialed librarians to become that committee. They are the experts. Let them set the policy. And I don't know if you guys realize this, but libraries catalog and document, save everything. And so it's very easy for them to find model libraries to base their libraries upon. And I think they're experts in that as well. Their credentials speak for themselves. Their experience speaks for itself. And then I will just say, I think, not to tie it too much to some of the things that we've seen in our board meetings and our things that the district itself has put out, but perhaps the librarians could teach this board something about credible sources. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lauren, followed by Christine Wilson.
Evening. I am Lauren Zadibel, a retired English teacher and librarian of this district. Here's what I know. Libraries are democratic institutions, giving all patrons access to resources. The library's primary goal is to serve as both a window onto the greater world and a mirror in which all patrons find themselves reflected. All patrons. School librarians are professionals, holding hard-earned credentials and degrees. Librarians curate resources according to the needs of their community, not according to their political beliefs. Adolescents do not need to be sheltered from the world. They need tools to navigate its complexity. Librarians relentlessly promote choice. Any book can be left on the shelf, can be closed, can be returned. That is the ultimate power of the patron. No student is ever forced to check out a library book. But librarians cannot foster literacy if they cannot procure resources or generate interest through displays and programs. This district has made past choices throttling the libraries. It's time for the nonsense to end. Examine those decisions, please. Recognize the harm that has come from cutting positions, strangling programs, and allowing the voices of the few to restrict the choices. Help rebuild what has been damaged. Dismantle the impediments that have reduced our libraries from democratic institutions into the pawns of politics and fear-mongering. Since I did such a good job of speaking fast, I also want to say these two are remarkable, but they have been given a task that's almost impossible. 2 librarians, 6 comprehensive campuses. You want them to do a good job, they want to do a good job. They cannot know their staffs, they cannot know the students without being on a campus all the time. I really hope this board will look at putting resources back into the library where they belong so that teaching can continue, the research can continue, and the students of this district can graduate, walk across that stage, knowing they will have success in college and have the tools they need to be citizens and thinking people. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Wilson, followed by Cassie Lynn.
Esteemed board, cabinet, and audience members. My name is Christine Wilson. I'm a 27-year veteran English teacher and ELD teacher, working now at Antelope High School. I'm also their GSA advisor. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of your district teacher librarians. Over the past few years, this district has whittled these positions down from 5 to 2. Is the district's goal to get rid of all teacher librarians and instead have library media technicians run our libraries? I know that these technicians work hard for us. I see it in action every day. But so do our 2 librarians. In fact, they are overworked. Unfortunately, thanks to the recent religious and political backlash by small, very vocal groups, our librarians have been scrutinized and micromanaged beyond reproach. For example, Mrs. Tretto had emails pulled and closely examined. The libraries are in the process of undergoing a rigorous and time-consuming process to get both books and library displays approved. Women's History Month came and went without the display of any female authors. The librarians were also told by Dr. Moore that there were too many LGBTQIA+ Black authors in their February displays. This cultural war on both gender and race is a backwards movement. Our district should be promoting equality in all of its forms, as this is one of the basic tenets of our country. Pulling books that have gay protagonists means that our gay students can no longer see themselves represented in the literature they read. Let our teacher librarians do what they have been trained to do. Bring back those cut positions so that every school has a librarian rather than having this ridiculous schedule where each site gets a librarian for just 1 day a week. They are integral members of the teaching profession and as such deserve to be treated like the professionals they are. I also want to point out that Mrs. Tretto at Antelope has done an amazing job on our campus. I had the privilege of working briefly with Megan when I worked at Wood Creek High School for a semester. Both of these are exemplary employees, gifted, articulate, passionate people who want to do right by these students. And I am proud that they are my friends. Thank you for letting me speak.
Our next speaker is Cassie Lynn, followed by Pam, and I can't read your last name, but Pam P.
Hi, I'm a parent in Roseville. I appreciate what you are trying to do by seeking input from parents on what books should be in our libraries, but I worry this will be abused by certain groups to restrict differing beliefs. If a parent deems a particular book inappropriate for their child, that's their right, but that does not mean the book is inappropriate for all kids or should be removed from the library. Books provide an invaluable opportunity for kids to explore the world, learn about opposing views, and develop critical thinking skills. Books can help kids process their emotions, figure out who they are, and even help them feel less alone in this world. Books, for me as a kid, were invaluable. I owe my life to books, and I still read every single day. And the library is one of my favorite places to visit to this day. Those who want certain books removed often claim kids will have access to the books outside of school, but this isn't always true. Not all families can afford to buy books or have transportation to public libraries. Many students rely on school libraries as their only access to books. Removing books from the library hurts marginalized students the most and goes against the board's goal of creating equal access to books across the district. I trust our librarians to put the education and well-being of our students first. Librarians have years of education and training that inform their judgment. They are not indoctrinating our kids by simply putting books on a shelf. And this is my first time ever meeting the librarians in this district. And I have to say that from this brief interaction, I am incredibly impressed by you guys. And I'm excited for my son to eventually attend the schools that you guys oversee. So, thank you.
Thank you. Pam. Welcome.
So my name is Pamela Pose. I have a student at Granite Bay High School. I am a librarian at Sacramento City College. I actually run the program that trains techs in this district. So if you have specific questions about libraries and how libraries are run, feel free to contact me. I can walk you around, tell you how they work as obviously well as trusting the judgment of the experts over here on my right. I have a solution that would solve many of the problems that you've been talking about. I'm not the first person to say it. Hire more librarians. Hire more librarians. When you say, talk about forming a committee to evaluate materials that may or may not be banned, hire librarians, pull in teachers, pull in the students. I do not trust other parents to take care of the needs of my child. What about the rights of me as a parent that I want my kids to be exposed to as many different viewpoints as possible? It is critical, and it's like I want them to be empathetic people. I have a master's degree. School librarians actually require more education than to have a master's degree. So Zena, and I work at a community college, Zena is more qualified than me. She has more education. I want to declare, and they're often the most educated people on a campus, by the way. I want to provide a little more context in terms of just the general library scene in California. There is no categorical funding for libraries in the state budget, hasn't been since 2012. That's one of the problems. And just to clarify about the tools and expertise that these librarians over here are getting information in terms of choosing materials. The tools they're using are created by librarians with master's degrees all over the country who have serious expertise in children's literature, YA literature, child development. These are all experts recommending things, and they are using the tools in part because they do not have enough time and everything. All librarians do this, by the way. I do that as well. I rely on these to choose books for the college library that I work in. I just really want to ask you all, do you all really want to be this district to be the first district in the entire state to set up a committee like this? Like, really? And then I just have some other questions. So if you do this, are you then going to ban cell phones? Right? So you're just ignoring the whole internet, but you're going after book banning. And are you going to prevent kids from leaving the house? Are you going to prevent them from going to Disneyland? Because there are a lot of queer stuff going on with Disney, lots of people of color. Are you going to shut down the library databases, which, by the way, is a skill set that people need?
Thank you. Your time is up.
I just want to make one more comment.
Your time is up.
I'm
We have
going to
be
say
fair to
this.
everybody.
I'm going to say this.
Actually, you're not.
You
Turn the mic
seem-
off, please.
You seem
You're going to have to leave the meeting for failing to comply with the rules. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. It's unfortunate that we have to ask people to leave for not following the rules of conduct. You need to leave. So anyone else calling out is going to be asked to leave as well. We have rules in our meetings. Everybody has an opportunity to speak for an equal amount of time. I want to go back to our librarians. I want to clarify, because we heard some public comment that is contrary to some of the things that I think I heard. We heard that we have been removing books from our library, but I'm pretty sure I heard you say we've had no challenges to books in our collection. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think what the issue is that right now we're at an impasse as far as purchasing any new books in the library, right? So we've been instructed that we cannot purchase any new books for our library until we have protocol, we have procedures, we have policies in place. So in a sense, anything that is new to a library could technically be considered banned because we don't have.
I'd have to challenge you on that. That's I think that's a little intellectually dishonest to say it's banned if you haven't been able to purchase it. So we're just going to leave it at that. Now
I don't have a chance to retort.
No, and I just would like to clarify with the superintendent. Has this board taken any action to freeze funding? Okay. Has this board taken any action to ban books? Has this board taken any action to remove books from our library? Okay. So I think it's important to understand what this board does and doesn't do. We chose to have a meeting tonight to discuss our libraries and to look at our policies and to determine if any actions need to be taken. No action has been taken. Our administration has offered recommendations on where they believe the library should go, and this was an opportunity for us to be able to ask questions and for us to be able to solicit input so that we have a better understanding. There is no agenda item for us to take action tonight. So there is a clear distinction between what the board does in its role as policymakers and what the administration does in the day-to-day running of the business. And so we are going to use our board time to make board decisions and have board discussion about how we plan to move forward with any policy changes. And we are going to continue to leave the day-to-day operations of our district in the hands of our superintendent and our site principals. We don't do that. There's a distinction between what the board does and what the board doesn't do. And it's clear this board hasn't taken any of those actions that we have been accused of. So with that, do we have any comments from the board that you'd like to make? Or any direction that we would like to provide? Or are we satisfied just taking this as an information item at this time? Okay, so I think what is important for us to do is we did receive some new information tonight. Dr. Moore, you mentioned some new information on codes and policies as they relate to the differences between our instructional materials and our library materials. I think that's something that the board needs the administration to sort out and then bring back to us if there's any changes to policies that need to be taken, policies that need to be addressed, where they be amended, new policies created by the board to set the broad direction of where the board would like to go. And obviously we have a budget process where we determine the money that we allocate to different items like staffing and library materials and other things. So we'll address those issues through the budget process. So unless I have anything else, any other direction our board would like to take, I believe that's the direction we will go, and we'll move on to our next item. Thank you. So we are going to move on to item 9.2, which is core textbook selection first reading.
Thank you. We have a first reading of textbooks that have gone and been presented through the site and SILT process. And so this is simply informational. You can see that we have, it's a business management course materials and Mind Matters course materials. They'll be available for 30 days. So in approximately 30 days, we'll bring them back for potential action.
Right. Any questions for staff on this item? It's information only. I don't have any cards from the public on this item. Our next item, next to the last item, is the valedictorial circle. April, is that something you're leading?
Thank you. We have a brief presentation. I'm going to invite a few folks up with me, but I wanted to just set a little bit of context since this fall. Actually, I think we started last June, May or June. We started an academic recognition committee. And so I just want to share with you what that group has been doing, because we have an idea that we'd like to get some input on today to see if there might be a board interest in moving forward. Having a little trouble. There we go. Okay, purpose of the committee. So similarly, the way we've designed committees, we're learning together, we're monitoring progress. This one is around student recognition. So we've looked at everything like, how do we celebrate our students? We have academic merit awards every year. We have weighted grades, we have transcripts, we have state level awards like the State Seal of Biliteracy, the Golden State Seal Merit Diploma, and recently we've added the State Seal of Civic Engagement. So we started looking at all of the different awards and things, and then we moved to transcripts. And one of the topics that our committee has been very interested in is transcripts and valedictorian salutatorian. So we kind of worked our way up to the top types of recognition that we did. And we did a deep data dive. We have representation on our committee from every school. We have a counselor, a school counselor from each school on the committee. We have 2 principals, and we have 3 parents from across the district. And in looking at this, we have a few ideas. But again, this is what we've been doing, and it's simply just a body to study and see if there's policy or practices that might be worth re-looking at. And that is what we have today to share with you, an idea that we've done some research on. So with that, I'm going to invite the 2 principals on the committee forward, and a counselor who's not actually on the committee, but he's one of our expert counselors that's representing the counselor voice today. And so if Principal House and Sloan and Counselor Hewitt would join me up here, we're going to each just share some ideas and then have a chance for discussion to see if there's interest in pursuing this. House.
Should ask everybody to do jumping jacks for a minute, but I think everybody's awake now. So I'm actually going to start with the current policy, just so that we're all on the same page. I've participated in enacting this policy as the principal at Wood Creek. I have not yet done that at West Park. We'll get to that a little bit later as our first graduating class is coming up. So our current regulation allows for a committee to make decisions around valedictorian and salutatorian. And many of you are familiar with this, but I felt like we should at least touch on this. So the principal appoints an AP. The AP over the counselors is generally the one that works on this committee, 1 counselor and 3 teachers. The way we currently choose our valedictorian is it's the highest cumulative GPA at the end of the 3rd quarter of the senior year. So when those grades post, we choose our valedictorian. There's unique situations, however, sometimes that warrant additional valedictorians, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. That group also selects salutatorians. And so the second page of this regulation and all of these bullets, which I will not read, are the factors that we end up considering. So there's a lot of things that come into play: the number of weighted courses students take, if students are involved in other programs like student government. If they were a transfer into our district, it has a significant bearing on the way their GPA can sometimes be calculated. So there are times that this committee will assign an additional valedictorian or more, or also more than 1 salutatorian. It just depends on the way the GPAs break down and the way the committee looks at each of these transcripts. This could create differences at different sites because those committees are independent from one another. They're not the same at each site. And so there's some concerns around that. The bottom bullets of this regulation talk about the opportunity to speak at graduation. So valedictorians and salutatorians have that opportunity. there's probably some discussion that could be had around that. Sometimes that's not a student who wants to speak or feels comfortable speaking, or maybe is the best one to represent their class, depending on who they are. So we've been looking at all of these policies. This is not to take away from the students that have been valedictorians and salutatorians. We have amazing students. We want to look at some other options for how this might be decided in the future. So in order to wind us there, Greg's going to talk about some specific examples that maybe show why we think there may be some better ways to do this. And then Brian will talk about some college things, and I'll come back up at the end with some possible solutions.
Hello, everyone. So in this committee that we've been working in, one of the things we did is we wanted to look at data. We all have our own experiences, in the Val-Sal selection process and going to graduations in the district over the years. And so we brought in the top 20 GPAs of each of the schools to really look at what is that breakdown, what are the differences, what are the numbers, what's actually happening. Things that we've all done that exercise with, but we wanted to do it together. Ms. Franz was there to be able to do that with us. Other parents were there, and we think it was kind of an enlightening experience. Without going into all the detail and all the math, one of the things that we'll see at the end of the third quarter, using Granite Bay as the example, because that's the one I have access to, I look at the top 20 GPAs, knowing that 260 is required for graduation. And these students with 1 quarter left have anywhere from 280 to 315 credits of the current top 20. That's a 35 credit range just among 20 kids. Students that come to Granite Bay or any school from a non-block scheduled school could come into 12th grade with 60 less credits than the students in our school because of our block schedule. Now, generally, that's a good thing for us because that allows our students to take more classes. Those classes often become elective classes that students can enjoy, become well-rounded individuals. However, there is a math issue at play here. When you're doing mathematics and you divide by a different denominator, despite the number on top, you will actually get a higher result. So students who've taken less courses actually have a GPA advantage, even if they've taken an equal number of weighted grades. I'm sure you're all familiar. You get a 5 for an A on a weighted grade and a 4 for a B on a weighted grade. So the amount of weighted grades makes a difference. Now, we want students to push themselves, to get high GPAs, to challenge themselves, to take more. But the race to get the most weighted grades takes away potentially from some of these electives. So in the example here of that same top 20, actually only 10 of them have straight A's. The other 10 have had 1 or more B's in their time, but they have enough weighted grades. Their GPA is still in the top 20 of the entire school. The 20th ranked GPA is actually 4.439. So the other 19 are higher than that, actually into the 4.6s would be the highest. So we did a little bit of math on the example of a valedictorian. If that student, instead of a weighted course, decided to take student government for 1 semester, they would have 0.033 less of a GPA. If they did it for 2 semesters, for a whole year, you double that. They do 2 years of student government, or band, or speech and debate, or athletic PE because they're on the football team. Suddenly, every term, they have 0.033 less than what the valedictorian had. And our top 4 at Granite Bay this year are separated by 0.051. So with the policy that says the valedictorian is the highest GPA at the end of the third quarter, what we're saying is we have a system in place that isn't necessarily rewarding students who are trying to enrich themselves, enrich the school. We've created a system where, despite how great that valedictorian is, they've had to make choices that we necessarily don't think are reflective of the choices we want students to feel they have to make. So thank you. I'll turn it over to Brian Hewitt. We'll get a little bit more into the college stuff.
Yeah, I just have a couple simple slides, and I think part of, from a counselor's perspective, students, the Val-Sal thing, it starts to take shape for some of our kids with each other, even in 6th, 7th, 8th grade. They start talking about it. In my time at Granite Bay in the last 15 years at Antelope, I've watched this happen. And I think when we look at how we determine them, they've covered that. I think one of the misnomers is that it has an impact on college admissions. It does not. Colleges have no idea who the Val-Sal. They don't even ask for that in the application. They might ask for rank and other things, but the reality is it really has nothing to do with that. And I must be honest that I'm kind of a new convert, if you will. Kind of an old traditionalist. I like to see the kids battle it out. But I will tell you in about the last dozen, maybe even 15 years, what I've noticed in my position. And not to take anything away from the students. And I got to be honest, I was the best at teaching the game to be Mr. Becker and I, when we were at West Campus, Granite Bay when I was there, and then at Antelope High School, I would very competitive. I would look at what the data told me, make my kid be the Val Sal. I would. What I also want you to realize is colleges, they're looking at a holistic review. They're not really looking at that one item. If we just look at the UCs, they're looking at 13 items. And those 13 items in their range, nowhere does it ask for Val Sal. Nowhere. So for me, I think that that's one of the biggest things about the, if we're looking at our students and health, which is what the next one's going to do. What are some of the benefits if we change this policy? For me, some of the biggest benefits, you can look in there, and I think it was alluded to, Greg did, that our students could do more. And this isn't about, and again, I don't want to take anything away from the hard work of our Val Sals, but this isn't about everybody gets a trophy. These are our best kids. We want them to do more. Performing arts, student government, CTE, what we're knowing is going to help our students back to the college admissions piece is not just being the student that has to fight and be, for lack of a better term, antisocial just to get those grades, take the classes, play the game to get the highest GPA. They can do more. So the idea here of them getting to do more and look at everything, realizing, look, I can be exceptional. I can be exceptional, whatever that is, and still do these other things. So as you look at the slide there, I think even just looking more recently in light of mental health in our students, the strain, the stress that starts to happen with our students, is it really worth it? For that one student to be recognized, or those 3 students to be recognized. I don't know where our board is with this, to be honest with you. If you look in our region, you look at some of the other schools, and I don't know how much we compare ourselves or not. Lots of schools in our region have done away with it. I mean, if you even just look at San Juan and Mira Loma and IB, they don't have Val Sal. If you look up the hill, go to Vista del Lago, look at Rio Americano, look at Jesuit, look at St. Francis, start looking at all these schools. Val Sal has kind of gone away for many of the reasons we've mentioned here tonight. And I think the biggest part for me as a counselor is I think we're going to bring more kids to the party. At all of our sites, usually around the middle of their junior year, the ship is kind of sailed. We kind of know who the top 3 to 5. I know Greg pulled the top 20 because we look at them all. But really the game has been won or close to being won in light of third quarter, senior year schedules. So anyway, I'm going to hand it over. I think Becky's going to probably touch on some of those.
So this isn't, we're asking to look at this further. For me, it's of particular importance. We like to start at West Park where we're going to end, not where we are now. And so if this is able to happen before we make these final determinations, that would be amazing. These are 2 of the possible selection criteria that other schools are using. We could get way into the long weeds of their board policies, but we didn't want to do that. The top one is a percentage of the senior class. So when you look at this idea, this helps to control some of the factors of selection that we're making independently in those committees. So the top 2.5 to 5%, 13 to 25 students without ties, and that number would be something I think that that would need to be what is discussed, would allow for the students that are transfers in and other students to not impact necessarily our students that have already been there. It also allows for students to take other courses, and we're incorporating more students, but we're still honoring our top students at our schools. Criteria based is how some other school districts have gone. It's a number of advanced courses, a GPA. Anybody achieving those particular criteria, whatever the district decides, would then be part of the valedictory circle. So there's a lot of different ways to go. There's actually some that are a combination of those 2 that have a criteria based and then the percentage of those students. So we are hoping that we can bring this back as an action item at a future meeting and have a discussion around making a shift. We also recognize there would need to be some grandfathering in at most schools. At West Park, we don't need to grandfather in, but we have a lot of schools that have operated under a policy that students have been looking at for years, and we in no way want to change that. So this would be one of those things where we are hoping it would be an option for a school like West Park and something that other schools could look at in the future. I think we've covered everything we wanted to, Dr. Moore, and I guess if there's questions or anything, we can try and answer them, but not me alone.
I have a question to start off. If the goal is to include more student recognition, which is what I'm hearing, why not look at a more traditional approach of using the established magna cum laude, summa cum laude, and having that where we can honor our traditions and have the valedictorian, salutatorian, but include much larger number of students by having those designations, putting them on their transcripts, and having something that reaches out to a significant larger number of students, treating them all, I should say, more fairly, and creating larger bands of students that have
That is part of our
recognition.
conversations, that very idea.
Get closer to the mic for.
Yeah, that's part of our conversation is that very idea. And the idea is, do we call it valedictorian? Do we call it magna cum laude? Do we have a GPA cutoff? Do we do a percentage? Some of the variances is having a district policy that applies to all schools equally. If one school has triple the amount of weighted courses available, the same GPA cutoff could result in a huge number at one school that is not the same at another. And so percentage was a consideration there. But the other thing with Val and Sal, the way the board policy is written, comes back also to the speeches and those honorings at graduation. One of the things that we like the concept of with something like this is if this circle is 13 students out of 500, that would be the ratio there, or some other number, that maybe the speaker comes from that group. It's not all of them, obviously. It's not just number one, but they become the criteria with which they could apply to speak, and they could audition to be a really good speech at graduation. So we want to kind of improve the graduation experience, but yet still have a criteria for who's eligible to be a part of that. And so if it's, you're the valedictorian, but you got the speech, a circle kind of helps that piece a little bit too. So those are some of the considerations.
I just want to add one thing. The one thing that doesn't consider is the gaming. And that is one of the things that's a significant concern for us. We have a lot of students who make choices that we do not think are in their best interest to be number one. They don't take specific courses. They don't contribute to their school the way they could. They don't breathe a little bit in high school. They're spending so much time taking weighted courses outside, doing everything they can to get every AP. We don't recommend kids take 4 AP courses on the regular. Some kids can handle that, but not all of them. And so the concern for me with going to that model, but still keeping the Val-Sal in place, is that it doesn't solve that piece of it. We, for years in this district, there was a very articulate Granite Bay student that came years ago and spoke about the concerns. And Julie remembers, I think you were on the board at that point in time, about the concerns around that. And so while I hear that, and I would love to, we could have 3 circles. I don't care how many circles we have, but what we're really trying to work towards is creating a healthy environment where we can still reward our top students, because we all believe in that. No one wants that to go away. We want to do it in a more healthy and inclusive way.
One quick example of things that I've seen in, I won't say what year because I'm not trying to bash anybody, but where a health course taken outside, the transcript is not submitted at the end of the 3rd quarter until the Val-Sal selected, then the transcript submitted and the person actually drops to the 3rd GPA, but based on this process, they're the valedictorian. So there are games that the board policy, what we usually do is we add a 2nd valedictorian because we see what's happening, but we're not trying to violate the existing policy, and so this person is left with an honor that they would still be a part of under a valedictorian circle without having to do manipulations, because their GPA is indeed that good and they have been that successful. They don't have to trick somebody else in a more cutthroat way to be the winner. And so we want to take away that incentive.
Because, I mean, we could give you a lot of examples, but I'll give Granite Bay example from 18 years ago. You take a band kid who takes 0 period jazz band all year long. That's 5 credits of just regular A. each term. Over 4 years, it impacts their potential to be there. That's just an example. So that might be one where the kid doesn't do it. Or a senior taking an off period. I can tell you of a student at Antelope High School who made a decision. I really don't care. I'm not gonna take an off period. We did the math. If I take the off period, I have the highest GPA. I have the highest, but I'm not, because I want to do this at my school. And that kid just made a decision. So some of it is just taking it away from them. And I'm with you. I mean, I think the tradition of that, the Val Sal, I mean, my buddy from high school, who was our valedictorian, Dave Westphalen, I remember him like it was, but he in some ways was miserable to get that. I mean, he sacrificed so much. And we kid about it right now. I'm like, hey, valedictorian, how's it going? He goes, no one cares. No one knows. It was great at the time. But so for me, again, as a counselor, it's just including stop the game playing. Really, it's taxing. It's taxing on all of us. So that's another element we got to think about. And I don't know that you can dig into it and remove that without being more inclusive. Get more kids in there, however we do it.
I think we have more questions.
Strong opinion about it.
Questions.
Let's say the top 5 kids who maybe are thinking about Ivy League, are we giving them any disadvantage by taking away the rank?
In my opinion, absolutely not.
Or is there a way to help those top 5 somehow notify colleges? I just don't want to take away something from those who. Okay.
We separated these things. Right now, currently, this wouldn't change their ranking being on their transcript. And I'm looking at Dr. Moore because we had a robust conversation around this. Is that somewhere we would maybe like to discuss things in the future? Yes. This is solely about Val and Sal. And when they apply for college, they are not able to say that they're the Val or Sal because we don't determine it until well after college acceptance has happened. So we could come back to that for sure. And I think many of the principals and I think some of our student bodies would have a lot to say around rank. But they would still be able to report that. And we also still, even if we did that in the future, we always know, right? It just depends on where that shows up. I don't know if that helps at all.
I think I'm trying to clarify because we have talked about removing rank. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
We decided that this actually was the first conversation to see where the board is and if we're interested. And then if we make this change, that could open other doors. It would not require any further action. But if we weren't interested in even this, then the whole rank conversation might be moot. If we're still looking at that top 1, 2, 3, then why even have the conversation about rank, right? It's just kind of this domino effect. So this was the first stage of exploring the topic with the board.
I'm going to jump down to our student board members. Any questions?
I just have a quick question. Has there been any input from students regarding this?
That's a great question. There has been in the past, we had parent representatives on this panel, and we've had students speak to it previously. I don't know that we've had anybody speak to it. I have spoken to some students about it. I think we've kind of anecdotal conversations around it, but there hasn't been a formal survey or anything like that of the student bodies. No.
Thank you.
Alex, any questions? Any other board questions? Okay, now we'll move into commentary.
Can I go first?
Of course.
Okay. I think we get rid of it. And I have some very specific things that ideas, right? One is I think that to me, I think it's really important to make clear expectations of how to achieve whatever it is we're setting the bar at, because right now it's really unclear at how to get there, right? There are 8th grade kids coming in talking about how to get to number 1 or how to get to the top or how to get the highest ranked. And they're continuing to have those conversations 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade. And you never know, right? They're just continuing and they're exerting all this energy all over the place to get to that place, right? So my opinion is that, like, for example, A through G, very clear. This is what you need to meet the H through G requirements. There's the list. You do it this way, and that's how you get it. So this is a step far above and beyond that, is how I would see it, because it's what is it? How do you get there? Can you get there? And I know what it is to get there. And maybe look at the history of the top 10 or top 2%, top 3%. What does that look like? The number of AP classes, or the number of, all of those things. I'm sure we have the data. So I think it's important to make it clear. I also think it's important to understand, is it achievable? Because I think we've created a system here, and we have the potential to continue to keep the system going, where those without access cannot achieve it. And I think it's really important to understand what access looks like and who has that access, and make those pieces very clear and achievable with and full access. And what I mean by that is, if you can get higher grades or a grade bump because you can go to Sierra College, which I don't know if we can do that anymore. I thought we voted that that's no longer in the policy, right? But if there's a way, like, in order for me to get the best grade, I've got to go over here and got to go over there, and I do this and do that. But not all students have that ability to do that. Then it creates another unfair advantage. And so I think access is really important. And I think clear expectations of how to get into that circle, or whatever we're calling it. And then what does it look like across campuses? Because what's happening at West Park may not be the same criteria at Wood Creek, just based on accessibility in classes. I don't know. I would like to think they would be, but I don't know. So that speech from that student at Granite Bay will never leave my mind. In fact, I'm going to break up thinking about it, because it was very, very upsetting. And the conversations that I've had with students over the years, my daughter included, it's just not good. It's just not good. It's really unhealthy. So that is my opinion, and I'm going to stick to it.
I'm going to go next because I'm at the other end of the spectrum. So I'm not supportive. I just don't think it is. I think maybe we have a lot to do in how we educate, counsel, and support our kids as they're going through, and not having teachers and counselors facilitate that gaming process, and having more discussions with them. I think that taking it from a position to a circle, I think, dilutes it. It loses its meaning, and I would rather eliminate it and go to the magna summa, go to that more objective thing, or do both. But I think the circle is a dilution, and I just don't think that's healthy. So I'm just one person. I'm more on that side of the spectrum.
Isn't that kind of like setting the expectation of what you understand, what students would understand is required to achieve it, right?
Yeah, it's very clear. I mean, every college does it. It's from here to here is this, from here to here is this, from here to here is this.
It's like our academic merits, right?
Yeah.
They've got the
Very
categories.
similar. So I think it's clear, it's objective, not subjective. It is something that I can tell you from students that I know that have achieved that in their education, whether it's been high schools that do it, some Southern California high schools do it, and in college, that's something that sticks with them and their families. It's noted in the graduation program. I think that has much more value. And, I say that as, parent of 5 kids that have gone through the system, and some super high achievers and some super medium achievers. And, but it gives them an opportunity. And if we're really looking to widen the impact and impact more students, I think that method is a better way to do it. So that's where
I just one more thing. So we're saying the same thing, it sounds like, though, or very similar, right? Because there's like the criteria, or it's the GP.
Yeah, well, I think we're on the same page as far as clear criteria, versus I'm saying if you go from Val Sal to this circle of Valsal. You've lost the meaning of Valsal. So you no longer have that. You've created an alternative thing and called it the same thing, where there is a system for doing that ranking and that aggregating by group, and that's the cum laude system.
Okay.
Problem with, I understand, so you want clarity, and you feel like the Valsal right now is very clear. There's order to it. And I think my objection to that is I don't think there is order to it, because there's so many ways that if you look at the top 5 of probably every high school, there isn't order, because you could have had someone that chose to take an off period and they got a higher GPA than someone that chose to do a TA. And they could have straight A's.
And I agree with you.
And so there isn't order to the Valsal. As a freshman mom, I was specifically told there are certain AP classes that some kids don't always get A's. They're a little harder at Granite Bay. Go to Sierra College, have your kid take it at Sierra College. Don't turn in those grades until after third quarter senior year.
So,
I was told that freshman year.
and I agree, but my thing is, if that is the issue, ditch Valsal and go to another system versus creating a more ambiguous system of this circle that is, we just lump a whole bunch of people together and create a circle of kids who almost did well.
But I don't see that as lumping kids that almost did well. The top 10, the top 5, those are extraordinary students. And all of them, probably every single student in their class recognized them as just extraordinarily smart, brilliant in different ways. I don't think we're just pulling up everybody in those cases. The fact that transfer students can have a higher GPA than someone who's been our district for four years, that throws me a little bit too. So I think that's what, so I don't feel like the Valsal has order to it. And that's why opening it up just a little bit seems okay for me.
Assume that though, if you open it up a little bit, or Valsal allows access for there's access to achieve that for all kids.
While you're thinking.
Well, not access for all kids. Yes, are all kids capable? I'm losing that. So I'm struggling with access.
No, I mean, I don't know what kids are going to even choose to want to. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying access.
I would need you to explain that differently then, because I understand the dilemma, which is if you choose certain things, or you choose 0 period band, or you choose to play a sport, like you might not, a student is ultimately going to choose whether they want to.
Choice. I'm talking about access.
Explain.
Well,
Access. Some kids can leave school early and take that unscheduled period because they have a car and they can just leave anytime they want. Not all kids can leave school like that. So by opening it up a little bit, that helps in that case for access.
I think if you're looking at access, the cum laude system provides access to the greatest number of students. It recognizes students in this band versus students in this band. Well, I'm not going to say every student can achieve it, but it's accessible to every student in our system. So we haven't heard from 2 board members, so I'd like to hear thoughts.
I am right in the middle of all of you. That's gonna make it really easy, right? My school had what was called a top 30. So the top 30 were kind of in a group, and we had a sash, and there was the valedictorian. And for me, as a student who wasn't the valedictorian, but I was in the top 30, I just thought, like, wow, valedictorian's amazing. I still remember to this day, his name's Morgan Griffith. And we all, I mean, having someone winning that to me was so special. Like to me as a co-student, as a peer of his, I thought that it was so admirable and looked up to him. I was like, wow, that's so cool. So the idea of not having that is really sad to me. Like I'm wrapping my mind around it. I understand the challenges of, figuring who that person is, and they're jumping through all these hoops, and there's ways to manipulate it and transfer students, so that's an issue. But the idea of not having it at all doesn't feel good. And I think it would be especially weird to have some schools have it and some schools not. That could be very interesting. I could see students wanting to transfer to the school that has it or doesn't have it, depending on what it looks like. So I kind of like the idea of, we also had the loud, and it was notated in the little graduation. You had the sash for that, and so many more students were included in it, but there was still the Valsal. Long ago, but I still remember it. I wish we had data. Where are those valedictorians?
I definitely think that student achievement should be celebrated. And I do know that people who attain the valedictorian status have definitely earned it. I would support a program that would provide access to all equally. So within the school, and then within the school, the different schools within the district, to make it fair for everybody. It doesn't sound like the system that we have now is very fair, so maybe we need to work on that versus trying to dilute, what it is that we have and kind of make it less special. Those are just a few of the thoughts that go through my mind.
We've clarified this greatly for you.
Tough one. I'd want to know how more students feel.
Student to see if they have access to the same classes and can achieve to the level of the Valsal.
Also circle.
Or Valsal circle. Can anybody speak to that who's been in the district for a while?
Come up to the mic.
Well, I mean, that's a kind of a loaded question because an English language learner could depend on where they are. So could they? I mean, mathematically, it's stacked against them in the start. So if they're going to have a support class in the freshman year, be it EL1, ELT3, now we've got some changes with 4. You bring up a good point. So we get a refugee from Ukraine that is now a freshman on our site, and we're having to figure out where their language stands. We have seen it in 3 years where they are one of the top kids in their class, and they came to us not speaking English at all. But that's a big stretch. It would depend on what the parameters were of the different levels. So I think that would be a difficult one. Could it happen? Certainly.
Based on access.
Yeah, I think access.
It demonstrates it clearly what I meant by access.
I think that one, as it relates to an EL student, who, for that matter, let's say a student who comes to us in special education, and then we test out, and they're not needing those support classes, and they jump in. It's a difficult road if we hold it at whatever the number is, whatever we could decide. I think if we get in the weeds of this, it would be easier to answer that, because you take a Spanish-speaking student who could jump in and take an honors at some of the sites, an honors for an AP. There's 2 APs already. Math is a universal language. They could get to calculus potentially quickly. So whatever the number we set. Dr. Moore, you had something you want to add?
I'm just thinking about access, and if we look at our special populations that may not be taken, and thank you, Brian, he's got wealth of knowledge here. We could look at that the cum laude, magna cum laude, summa cum laude options that the college does. If we considered it on the unweighted GPA, that would be full and complete access for every student.
Like that would be a way of looking at it, because every student, whether they're in the honors or AP or IB or college course or not, this was the earned grade that they had. But and that would be that great way for everyone to have full access. So we can come back with ideas there. I think we still are interested a little bit more around that top concept. Do we want to just play with Val-Sal? Do we want a circle option? I'm missing some kind of signal over there. Students, do you want to weigh in?
I mean, just knowing people who have kind of gone for valedictorian and like seeing what their schedules look like, just to me is like, sounds like a nightmare. It sounds like something that like, and obviously I'm not like a huge academic person, but even somebody that loves school, like they get burned out fast trying to do this stuff. And like, I don't know, like I get that it's super important to, you know, I don't want to not value those people that have worked so hard for that, because they did work so hard for it and they sacrificed so much for it, so they deserve to be recognized. But at the same time, when they go for that, it's almost like they miss out on other skills that they need when they go off to other ventures in life, whether that be college, whether that be some type of trade or something like that. And so I just think it's important to focus on that rather than anything else.
I definitely agree with Alex as well. And I also agree with Mrs. Hirota about the whole access issue. You know, everyone has different paths and achievements and ways they can get to those. And like seeing the prices of like AP books and things like that, it's definitely brings up this conversation. But I also like to recognize that, you know, academic validation is a very big motivator for students to work hard and can then inherently affect, you know, their social lives and their health. And, you know, by putting all this weight and this meaning to valedictorian, salutatorian, and so on, you know, you really place this high position that everyone achieves for. And I think that, you know, of course, you need to recognize and celebrate students' hard work, but I think it needs to almost be revised in a way that's more healthy. And that's why I was asking the question of like, well, have you asked the students? Because, you know, no one knows better than the students what's healthy for them and how that's achievable. And then that can really lead to a new conversation of, okay, well, how will you approach high school if this is the case?
I really have to say I agree with Kate that I think hearing from our current students would be very helpful. And, you know, Julie was joking a little bit ago about how many years ago we reach students, and it was a long time. 1981 for me when I graduated, that's eons ago. So really hearing from the students, I think, would be very, very beneficial. I see you laughing. It was the same year. It was the same year, I know.
Past recent valedictorians, to, you know, how would you feel if that wouldn't have been there? How would you feel if it looked like this instead? You know, and just get, because I guess I'm just out of touch with how they might respond, honestly.
I could tell you, as the parent of a student who struggled significantly in high school, and parents, we had deep concerns over her ability to grasp the subject and to be able to articulate what she needed to articulate in order to meet her studies, and then to see her go to college and graduate summa cum laude, that meant a lot to her. And I remember when she sent me the picture on her phone, because that was something that was never accessible to her when she was in high school. She didn't matter how big you made the Val-Sal circle, she would have never been able to see herself in that. But the strata of a system like the cum laude system is something that everybody can see finding a spot in that band. So I hope we'll think about those things as much. I know we didn't clarify it. I know this is not an action item, but I think you guys know we got a lot of work to get to wherever we're going to get to. Have we given you enough to think about? Would you like us to confuse you more?
So the things you guys talked about here, we've actually talked about in our meetings going back to last year. We didn't want to bog you down with all these possibilities, proposals, but all the criteria you mentioned have all been discussed. And I think our goal would be having a criteria that has an opportunity of level playing field, whether the students transfer, whether the student started at the school, if the student has had 18 weighted courses or maybe only 10, right? Still a lot of weighted courses, so that there's some bit of a leveling when it looks at that calculation. Neighboring districts have done this already. Rockland, Placer Union, Folsom Cordova, San Juan, they all have different ways they do it. There's not really one way, but I don't know if there's a neighboring district that still has the #1 GPA is the valedictorian besides Roseville Joint. So I think if there's permission to pursue what you guys have said, I think as a committee, we would try to come up with some policies that encapsulate that, and maybe doesn't make everybody happy, because that's always hard to do. But I think we know the ability to alleviate these concerns is there, and we just kind of want that permission to go forward and come back with something that could work. And said everything you guys talked about is all things we've considered, but we didn't want to go super far unless we knew it was actually something that was worth pursuing.
I think I can safely say we're not saying don't work on it.
And just from the West Park perspective, we're prepared to go with what we currently have. We just thought if there was some sort of consensus that was quickly seen, it might give us an opportunity to start in a different place. We're fine. We'll be okay. It sounds like we have some more work to do. And I think to get accurate student voice involved, which is great, and maybe even some voices from some of the districts that have made this policy change and how it's impacted things would be really helpful. So we'll be fine. I just was, crossing my fingers. So it's all good.
And if we did it, we wouldn't probably even do it till the 8th graders coming in. Like the kids that are here now, we would want to have those rules. It's what we talked about as well. Whereas they haven't had that. So there could be a timeline difference just to someone's been doing it one way. We know how mad people can get when they already had a plan.
Well, I know they haven't had graduation yet, but I don't know if I'd agree that kids hadn't thought that
That's
they
true.
were seeking this. So, so I think we have to be cautious of that as well.
Sorry, Julie, I didn't interrupt you.
I was going to say, is there enough of support around the cum laude idea and the accessibility piece that I brought up where Dr. Moore had said if we did it without weighted, is there to give some more specific direction rather than it being all over the place? Is there enough interest in that combination of ideas, or is it like to test it and to check it with students? The students are going to come up with 700 other ideas too.
I think I'm sort of in that camp.
No, I know. I'm curious if that.
Unweighted, then that means you have someone who took 10 AP classes with all A's versus someone that took 0 but all A's. Then they're considered equal. That somehow
Wait, say
seems.
that again.
So if we did unweighted grades, someone who took 10, and correct me if I'm wrong, yeah. So if we did unweighted grades, you have someone who took 10 AP classes, let's say all A's. They would be the same in that scenario as someone that took 0 AP classes but all A's. So that might be hard to stomach for those kids that took all the AP classes.
Well, you've got to remember, so are they taking AP classes for further pursuit to college, or are they taking AP classes to get the highest grade in high school?
So I'll speak. So I think most of the kids, I can only speak to, my daughter and friends at Granite Bay, they're thinking about college. Very, very few are thinking about, I want #1. It's just probably a handful. So they're just trying to get the highest GPA possible so they can get into college, because that's what they've been told they have to do, which probably kind of true. But that's what they're doing. So even if we did away with the rank, we're still going to probably have the same number of kids killing themselves, afraid to take the unweighted classes just because they're thinking about college.
Right, so this
So-
is.
so- so
but
we're
this
not-
isn't
so we're
the
not
co-
solving
yeah,
that
so the
problem.
college piece
Yeah.
is the college piece. This
Yes.
is the high school piece that
Yeah.
we're wrestling with,
But
right? And
but
so-
I feel like we're talking about the fairness of the disorder in that top rank, because you have the weird scenarios of someone took unscheduled versus not, and that's my perspective.
How about the bands, is there?
I mean, I think originally it was, we were just trying to figure out how do we recognize students who've succeeded and really worked hard, and how do we just create more academic recognition? And I think we're all for that. If there was an approach that maybe they can come up with.
Want to be helpful. One of the things that obviously we all have is AMAs. And at those AMAs, we actually have a GPA cutoff. It's actually another board policy. And everyone above that gets an academic merit award. A lot of schools, us included, also have a 4.0 award for all the students that had an unweighted 4.0. So there are additional awards even beyond the valedictorian. And every school can do an honor roll and a high honors and all these things. So, and that's kind of like magna cum laude and those types of things. So I wouldn't want to assume that valedictorian is like the only honor or salutatorian. There's a lot of different ways, and that's part of what the committee's looking at, like holistically all of these things and looking for consistency across the schools. But if we were to focus on the concept of valedictorian, I'm comfortable that there's work to be done. I don't know if April Moore, Becky, and everyone's comfortable with that. So if you guys are, we can come back with proposals, details in the future. Like I said, everything you guys are saying, wanted to make sure that was clear that this is not the only status. Some of them include, don't worry about weight. Others are GPA cutoffs and above, and all those things exist in some form now, which could change and could modify to be named in other ways that are also recognized, like colleges and stuff too. So.
Given that it's after 10, do you feel you have enough to come back if you need more to reach
Absolutely.
Out? Okay. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. Fortunately, there's not many staff left, so any staff reports? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Pending agenda items are in your Horizon report, so all that's left is a motion to adjourn. We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. All right. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
I know.
Purse is on the bag.